Hi, if there's a Jamie Lindsay here, you filled out a speaker card and you did not say what you wanted to speak on. We need you to come complete your speaker card.
What is this now? Oh, that's right. Thank you. Okay, good evening. We're gonna begin our council meeting shortly. If everyone would like to take a seat and prepare. Okay, good evening, everyone. The meeting for our regular council meeting of tonight, February 3rd, is called to order. I would ask Ms. Casabon to say the pledge, and Mr. Dean has agreed to say the prayer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. I've been on the council 18 years. I've told every council chairman that if they ever ask me to say a prayer, they're going to get the Our Father, because I'm not good at ad-libbing. So that's what I'm going to do. So in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Thank you.
All right, would the council clerk call the roll, please?
Mr. Dean.
All right, council clerk will be calling the roll.
Mr. Dean, Mr. Fitzgerald, Ms. Casabon, Mr. Lorino, Mr. Toledano, Ms. Tanner, Mr. Davis, Mr. Canulet, Mr. Mike Smith, Ms. O'Brien, Mr. Drum, Mr. Bender,
Here.
Mr. Airy, and Mr. TJ Smith. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. I do want to say that the council, as a group, all of us would like to extend our best wishes to our colleague, our chairman from last year and the year before, Councilman Mike Lorino, who is home from the hospital as of today, doing well. It was a planned surgery. And Mike, if you or Peggy are watching, we offer you our best. Also, Ms. O'Brien cannot be here because her elderly mother took a bad fall, and they have her moving to an assisted living today to help the lady, and Ms. Maureen is tied up with that. Mr. TJ, I think, is caught in a family matter. So get that out of the way. So first, we have public comment, and this is a 3-minute time limit is established for each member of the public wishing to speak for or against an item on the agenda, except appeals. We have different rules for that. To ensure that all speakers are heard, please hold cheers and applause. Anyone who wishes to place a comment in the record, but who does not wish to speak at the podium, may fill out a speaker card and check the box indicating that they do not wish to speak. Thank you. Okay, we'll move to presentations. President Cooper. Oh, okay. We'll move to number 2. Number 2 is presentation of certificate of recognition to Marietta Barnes. This is by Councilman T.J. Smith, who is absent tonight. So we have a request to postpone. Need a motion? Motion by Mr. Jimmy Davis to postpone, seconded by Mr. Jake Airy. And I don't think, do we need a vote on that, Ms. Emily?
Yes, if you're officially postponing.
Good. All, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Councilman, President Cooper, would you like to do your presentation? Yes. Sure.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, it's my pleasure and privilege each and every month to present a proclamation to the Employee of the Month. And this evening, I'm presenting this proclamation to Ms. Karen Jones. Is Karen here? I know she's here. Karen? Is Chloe here with you? Karen and her daughter, Chloe. Whereas Karen Jones has served the people of St. Tammany Parish in the Permits and Inspections Department for over 20 years, first as a field technician, and then in 2017, she moved to a permits commercial facilitator position. And whereas as a commercial facilitator, Karen oversees all commercial permits from the initial application through the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, and works closely with several parish departments and outside agencies to keep the permit updated throughout construction. And whereas Karen has an outgoing, positive, can-do attitude and an exceptional willingness and desire to help others. And whereas Karen takes great pride in her work and is a valued member of the Permits and Inspections team. She's an outstanding, devoted servant of St. Tammany Parish and performs her duties in an exemplary manner. Now, therefore, I, Michael B. Cooper, as Parish President of St. Tammany Parish, do recognize the hard work, dedication, and accomplishments of Karen Jones as Employee of the Month, February 2022, and encourage all employees of St. Tammany Parish and members of the Parish Council to thank her for her contributions and commitment to St. Tammany Parish. Karen was nominated by her department director, Kenny Wortman, and I know Kenny's here as well. So congratulations, Karen. Would you let us say a few words? On Karen's behalf, we thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Karen. Oh, wait, we have a picture. Chloe, come over. Thank you. Congratulations.
They told me something. Thank you, President Cooper. Okay, under appointments, item 1 is a resolution to appoint T.J. Smith Jr. to the Regional Planning Commission. And we'll move on this tonight. I need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Riker Toledano, seconded by Ms. Martha Casabon. Any comments? Okay, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 2 is resolution to appoint Crystal Easterling to replace Jody Falcon, who has resigned, on the Board of Commissioners for St. Tammany Parish Recreation District Number 7. Ms. Tanner.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Any comments or questions? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 3 under appointments, resolution to appoint Tanisha Marshall to replace Garen Narcisse, resigned, on the Board of Commissioners for St. Tammany Parish Recreation District Number 4. Mr. Davis.
Yes, is Ms. Marshall here? Yes, please come up and introduce yourself to the rest of the council, please. As you all know, I've sent you the resume, Ms. Marshall,
Yes.
and I'm sure everybody read it. But I'd like to get in her own words why she'd like to be part of the actual rec district.
Good evening. How you guys doing today?
Good evening.
So, a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in St. Tammany Parish. I remember Mandeville when it was only Kmart and Del Champs. That's how long ago it's been. Actually graduated class of 1996 from Mandeville High School. Went on to graduate from Southern University in Baton Rouge with my mechanical engineering degree. Been away for a few years, like 18 years. Decided to move back home. Home is Lacombe. So coming back home, things have changed a lot. If you know, again, I mentioned Kmart and Del Champs. So you know a lot of things have changed. For me, this is a way to get back and ingrain myself back into my community. Even though I've come back home, it's a different home. So coming back, this appointment would allow me to get more involved in my community and kind of readapt to living here again. I come with a lot of experience. I've kind of mentioned my educational background, but I have served on boards when I was living in Birmingham. Volunteering, I guess I didn't really come to speak about myself, but I do have a mechanical engineering degree from Southern University. I also have an MBA from Mississippi State. And currently as a career, I am a certified project manager. I manage large-scale projects. So if you're in the industrial field, I built power plants in my past life. I'm currently building a grain elevator out in Wallace, Louisiana. So got a really big mix of a lot of things. So I just think this is an opportunity for, again, my mom was born and raised in Lacombe. I'm about to age her. She graduated from Shataima before it was an elementary school, when it was a high school. So Lacombe is home for me. My family roots are there, and I just want to put my roots back in a place that I call home.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve, please.
Okay, motion by Mr. Davis to approve, second by Mr. Canulette. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 4 under appointments, resolution to reappoint Stephen Saucy Jr. to the Board of Commissioners for St. Tammany Parish Fire Protection District Number 8. This is Ms. Tanner, Mr. Fitzgerald, and Mr. Toledano. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald makes the motion, and I'm going to refer to Ms. Tanner.
Yeah, right.
Ms. Tanner seconds.
second.
I was pointing.
Thank you. You sure did, Riker. Total gentleman. Any other comments? Please vote.
The motion, Ms. Casabon, what was your vote? It was yes. With the verbal yes from Ms. Casabon, the motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. Let me first read this. Any items not pulled from the consent calendar automatically approved in whole by 1 vote. Items pulled from the consent calendar are discussed and voted upon individually. A majority vote of the entire council has to be 8, is required to adopt the consent calendar. So going through the, let's see, is that introduction?
Yeah, that's makes sense.
I'll get 2 papers like this. Okay. Yes, I have it. Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, items that will be pulled, item 7 under ordinances for introduction. Item 11 under ordinance for introduction, and let me read item 7, just, it's ordinance calendar number 6888. Item 11 is ordinance calendar number 6892. Okay. Okay, we have a request from the public to also pull under ordinance for introduction, item 12, ordinance calendar number 6893, and item 13, ordinance calendar number 6894. Mr. Dean, do you have anything to pull? Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald?
No.
Ms. Casabon?
No.
Mr. Toledano?
No, thank you.
Ms. Tanner?
No, sir.
Mr. Airy?
No, sir.
Mr. Davis?
No, sir.
Mr. Canulette? Mr. Mike Smith?
No, sir.
Mr. Kirk Drum?
No, sir.
Okay. And seeing none others from the audience, I need a motion to adopt the consent calendar. Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Dean. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Okay, the first item to be pulled is item 7 under ordinances for introduction. Ordinance calendar number 6888, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 20 acres of land from its present A2 suburban district to an A2 suburban district in MHO manufactured housing overlay, Ward 7, District 7. This will be Mr. Davis, but let me add. So an amendment is needed for this item. Per Councilman Davis, the zoning change needs to be changed.
It needs to be, the manufacturing housing overlay is incorrect. It needs to be a rural overlay.
That's correct. It's an RO rural overlay in
That's
place
correct.
of MHO. So, Mr. Davis, I need a motion and a second to vote on the amendment of an RO versus the MHO.
I'll make a motion for that amendment change.
Motion by Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Please vote on the amendment.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Mr. Davis, need a motion and a second to introduce as amended. And Mr. Canulette seconds, and that's all. Okay. Next item pulled is item 11 on the ordinances for introduction. Ordinance calendar number 6892, ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision or rezoning of certain property and/or on the issuance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development permits for the construction or placement of certain building structures on property in the area bounded by South Military Road, Gauze Boulevard East, Amber Street, Lake Village Boulevard, Crossgates Boulevard, Highway 1090, East Porters River Road, Porters River Road, West Pearl River, and Doubloon Branch, all as more particularly described herein on the attached map. And this would be a new moratorium. Mr. Mike Smith.
Okay. This is basically running from on the east side, which is where my district is, from Fremo up Military, all the way back up to the interstate near Pearl River. And I'm seeking a short-term moratorium specifically to prohibit rezones to PUDs or multifamilies or additional commercial property, or the building of through PUDs or multifamily and commercial property. And the reason for this is that we have pretty much built out most of Military in the area, and because of the growth of the parish and because of the way that they're routing the traffic, well, we're seeing a great increase in traffic. And so there's a safety factor involved here. There's a subdivision that's trying to put in, and if they end up putting in, there's going to be construction on Military, and we already have some traffic issues up there. So I would like to get this in to give time to work on the infrastructure and to look at the situation more closely before anybody decides to develop anything else in that area. The commercial is in because the only commercial slots really available would have to tie into Tammany Utilities, and we have some well-documented corrections that are in the budget now and plan to correct Tammany Utilities, but that's going to take a while to do. In the meantime, I'd rather not see extension of services until we see that some of those corrective measures have been put into place.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, but we also have people from the audience who would like to speak. Ms. Joycelyn Lowe.
Good evening, Mr. Bender, Chairman of the Council, and Council, Mr. President. My name is Joycelyn Lowe. I live at 150 Glendale Heights. I won't take 3 minutes of your time, not to worry. As I am an impacted resident of the overdevelopment of St. Tammany Parish, I would like to understand how this curiously limited moratorium request was able to remain on tonight's agenda when the much more encompassing Cooper moratorium on residential upzoning would have accomplished the same thing while benefiting more was bumped off the agenda. This was announced on January 3rd, and people were excited. And now we have learned that the council is unavailable to reconvene in February at all to hear this. How is that not to use someone else's words, arbitrary and capricious. This is beyond comprehension, Mr. Bender, to allow this to not be on the agenda tonight. Mr. Cooper's moratorium on the agenda tonight. The people were willing, the people are ready, and it could have been done just as quickly. These meetings are long sometime. That's very true. You know I've been here. I've been here to the bitter end. And when I'm not here, I'm watching you all on TV, each and every one of you. We'll stay. We want to hear about that moratorium. It should be on the agenda. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Lowe. Okay, so let me just say for clarification and edification, I will explain exactly the reason. And I realize that our constituents, the public that come to meetings, that watch on TV, they see our meetings. But we also have to talk about how our meetings are put together and how decisions are made on the agenda. So, first of all, you will note that we have 11 appeals on this agenda. We had 9 at the time, and 11 is a lot of appeals. Let me also first say, and I assure you that Mr. Dean, Mr. Canulet, and I, Mr. Canulet here longer than Mr. Dean and I, but we've been here for many years. We've had many, many council meetings in the past that have lasted till 11, 11:30, and 12 midnight, okay? Not all council meetings last 2, 3 hours, whatever. The council, including myself, have absolutely no issue with staying. That's not the issue. 11 appeals was more than we've ever seen on any one particular agenda. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we have an agenda deadline. That deadline, once the advocate purchased the former, was even a closer deadline for us. So a decision had to be made. I made the decision. I'm not even going to get into who I conferred with. I did, but as chairman, I made the decision. And that was based upon this. The council, I assure you, planned to, I believe, with certainty, to pull the ordinance for introduction, for it not to be on the consent calendar and voted on without comment. So we anticipated, where usually comment is done at an ordinance for adoption stage, you will note that many of our ordinances for introduction tonight went forward to the adoption stage in one vote from the consent calendar. No one had a discussion of it that needed to from the council, and no one from the audience asked for discussion, okay? That's customary. With this, we knew that we would be pulling it, it would be pulled, and we would be hearing up to 3 minutes allowed per person. Then, beyond that, we had 11 appeals and 30 ordinances for adoption. With that consideration, and I will tell you, it would be wonderful if any of us who have ever served as council chairman and will serve as council chairman in the future had a crystal ball and could look into the crystal ball prior to our agenda deadline and predict the future. We do not have that. Our concern, and we discussed it, was not the length of the meeting for council members. The concern was we wanted people to be able to speak on the ordinance for introduction, And our biggest concern was, what would we do, where would we ask people to be outside in the portico, February the 3rd, and I don't know this, but we see what tonight's like. But it is a cold month, rainy month in our community. Never predicted it, just trying to anticipate and make a reasonable decision. Therefore, at that point, I asked our administrator and our staff to reach out to council members to determine if we could have a special meeting only for the ordinances for introduction. Excuse me, only for the moratorium on February the 10th, the next Thursday night. I was immediately informed by a few council members that they had prior engagements that they could not break. They were important engagements, I understand. It's not a scheduled council meeting. That brought us to 11. After reaching out to all members, we had 7 members that could attend. It requires 8 members to do a council meeting because that is a quorum on 14 council members. I also felt like, and I would hope those of you who consider what I'm going to say would agree with this. Having 8 council members with 6 empty seats here, number one, I don't think the public would feel kindly towards that. But secondly, it's also not appropriate for 6 council members who have a life, and it's not a scheduled council meeting. It happens. So think of it as yourself. At that point, as we're approaching a deadline, and maybe some of you have done this, where you've invited people to a party on a certain night in the future, and you invite 14 of them, and how many can show up? Not everybody. Move the ordinance for introduction to the March 3rd meeting. That is how this occurred, and I assure you, it was done in the best interest of everyone, including our constituents, all council members, and so that we would all hear the comments of those in the public who wanted to speak on the issue. Thank you very much. The next person is Mr. Andrew Benson. Mr. Benson.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Andrew Benson. I've lived in Slidell since 1980. My home address is number 6 Log Cabin Lane, Pearl River, Louisiana. I've been a happy citizen here. I love living here. I have many friends here. I've had hundreds of patients every month here for nearly 40 years. I know a lot of people, and I know some of you. And, I'm looking at this issue, and it is a big issue. I mean, I drive past things that are taking place, and it just makes me shudder. And over the past 5 weeks, let's say since late December, I've probably spoken to or heard from or texted and received from or received and sent emails to or received calls from at least 200 plus people. And it's because I talk to people. And that's just the way it is, and they tell me what they think. Out of 200 plus people, well, I started with my wife. She was angry about something about what's going on, and you know how that works. I mean, you get pushed, you have to do. But out of all those people, there was not one single person who didn't support or not support these moratoria bills necessarily, but they did support controls on what they view as a rush of hyper dense development in the St. Tammany area. And it's all over the parish. It's not just in East St. Tammany, although it's heavier there. So I realize I only have 3 minutes, so I'm gonna truncate what I do.
Excuse me, Dr. Benson, my question is too, though, do you want to make a specific comment on
Yes, I
the
do.
moratorium?
Yeah, I do. I absolutely.
That's only specific to Mr. Mike Smith's?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Anyway, the ordinance is number 6892. And is it okay if I read it very quick, the summary very quickly?
Sure.
Okay. This is the summary in the agenda. Ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on receipt of submission by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision or rezoning of certain property and/or the issuance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development permits for the construction and placement of certain building structures on property in the area bounded by such and such. Some of Councilman Smith's district. Incidentally, my position on this particular moratorium issue is that it's the biggest issue we're going to face this year, probably, and maybe for years to come, because it's going to affect not just us, but our kids and grandkids and the quality of life for years to come. Councilman Smith's proposed moratorium, 6892, the part that's the actual body, not just the little summarization, the abstract that we just read, it says this. And I love Councilman Smith. He's extremely generous to me, and so is President Cooper.
What do you mean generous?
Yeah. They're extremely generous in answering my questions and returning my phone calls.
Isn't that great?
Can I have another minute?
Please, please.
Okay, I'm gonna read.
Wait, not,
Okay.
Dr. Benson, not another minute, another 15, 20 seconds.
Okay. Anyway, there is on page 2 of 4 of Councilman Smith's ordinance to be submitted. It says the Parish of St. Tammany hereby ordains so and so. He seeks to limit A6 through A8 and the permitting of commercially zoned, already commercially zoned pieces of property for building and construction. People who own that property aren't going to be happy. Those are already zoned commercial. A lot of people own commercial property. They won't want that. And A6 through A8, well, I mean, you're getting to the point of duplexes plus somewhat multi-B at that point. If we go back to A3 and then work from there, which is pretty much not too far away from it, I think we can solve the problem, make everybody happy, and
Dr.
remove
Benson.
the restriction on building on already zoned commercial property.
Okay.
I thank you.
Sir, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you for your patience.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Benson. Okay, Ms. Donna McDonald? Okay, Ms. Donald passes, thank you. Mr. Lee Domingue?
Good evening, councilpersons. I'm Lee Domingue. I live at 34057 Bayou Liberty Road, and I don't oppose the moratorium by Councilman Mike Smith. In fact, I support it because I think it is specific for an area in his district which obviously has issues with commercial as well as dense residential development. I concur with the two previous speakers. I do think St. Tammany Parish needs a moratorium, which is more expansive. And once again, I understand Mike Smith's position, and I concur with the chairperson, Mr. Bender, regarding the reason for postponing President Mike Cooper's moratorium for multiple reasons. It all makes sense. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Domingue. Mr. General Carl Ernst. General, I'm going to call you, you know, we all love our armed services. So I'm going to call you, if I may, retired Major General Carl Ernst.
My wife says it's general confusion, but thank you, sir, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. I echo everything everybody said. And I'm certainly not opposed to Mr. Smith's moratorium. And I know Mr. Lorino I think Mr. Lorino had one in his district. What I suggest is what the previous speaker said, and this is the subject of a CCST letter, you all know, and I'm on the board of CCST as an advisor.
a comprehensive approach to solving the infrastructure problems of this parish is long overdue. Mr. Cooper is proposing that, part of Mr. Smith. Ideally, in a perfect world, those actions would take place before the types of appeals we're going to hear tonight on those hyperdense subdivisions. It'd be like a chicken before the egg. And ideally, that would be. I clearly understand the dilemma of getting things, and I understand how bureaucracies work. I've lived in more than a few of them, and I understand how that works. But ideally, ladies and gentlemen, I would hope that we would close quickly on the subject Mr. Cooper's proposing, Mr. Smith's proposing, Mr. Lorino had previously proposed in their districts. Get one package that serves all of the districts in this parish and solves the infrastructure before we solve the development. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, General. Okay, that is the speakers. One thing, excuse me, Mr. Smith, I apologize. Go ahead.
The speakers, or the speakers?
Yes, we're finished with the
Okay,
speakers.
can I make-
Go ahead, Mr.
okay.
Smith.
Okay. Everybody on the council is waiting to hear specifically what comes out of President Cooper's initiative, which is wrapping up. And I understand that Ross Liner and President Cooper are busy starting to put the ordinances together, which will help guide us going into the future. We all want that, okay? But we can't tell the people that have been waiting to hear on the appeals that we're going to listen. We're going to move something else up in violation of our own rules and our advertising requirements so that we can push them aside and deal with the moratorium, the bigger moratorium. That moratorium is going to be heard. It is going to be heard in here. And we're short people tonight. We've had problems with COVID and health problems just like the rest of the population too. We need a nice empty agenda so that we can get plenty of people in here to talk about it, and we need a full council so that we can talk about it, because the moratorium is it will affect everyone. It'll affect everybody in this parish, so we need the most input that we can get. Now, as far as my moratorium goes, I started working on this in October. I have been working on this and working on this. Now, partly that's because it was the first one that I've done, so the staff had to take me by the hand and teach me how it was done. And there's a lot of steps to it, and it's excruciatingly slow. So I don't want to delay what I'm doing. I look on my moratorium as being complementary to whatever it is that ends up being done at the parish level. And I've learned from being in government that you can't ever figure that something's a given. It's not. Okay, so I want this put into place as fast as possible for my own district. It would work complementary, but if something happens or the moratorium doesn't work out the way that I need it to work out, I will have that moratorium in place for my council district. And moratoriums have been used by a variety of people on the council for that purpose. So I want that short-term one put in, and then let's definitely look at President Cooper's moratorium. I'm very interested in them. Like to see a tree ordinance, like to see something done with the PUD. I don't think we're not in agreement, and I don't think that anyone on the council here is trying to hold up progress. So if there's nobody else going to speak, I'd say let's move on the question on mine, and then let's get ready for the next one.
And Mr. Smith, I'm going to make a brief comment for information, but Mr. Smith, you want to make a motion on yours?
A motion, yeah.
Oh, we have a motion in a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so before, and that's all we need on introduction. I do want to say, from the speakers, I appreciate the understanding expressed. I do. And the process that we deal with, and I appreciate Mr. Mike Smith's comments, because we do want a full meeting, okay? I also want to just, while we're on this subject, make a quick comment about the council's moratoriums, okay? So in 2021, I had an appeal in my district, and the appellant spent a lot of time on it. Citizens spent a lot of time on it. I spent a lot of time on it. I'm not going to name it, okay? That's not the point. So the process of going to planning and zoning and filing an application for a zoning change request. That's what we operate under. Goes to the zoning commission. They either approve or disapprove. And sometimes people think that we're always overturning them. In this I see you shaking your head, yes, sir. Excellent. In this particular case, the zoning commission actually approved it. And by the way, total respect for the zoning commissioners. They have a job to do as citizen commissioners. It just so happened that the council voted to overrule. Now, here's my point. That is in its very basic form, the form approaching a moratorium. Because what people were concerned about in that particular case only did not occur. Okay. But the next step is what Mr. Smith is doing, okay? And that is a councilman looks at a particular area of their council district that they have real concerns about, okay, whatever it might be. And they offer, as on this agenda, and there are two more below it, we've offered moratoriums in specific places in our districts for years, okay? That's why you see this, because Mr. Smith, I'm not trying to speak for you, Mike, but he is looking at an area in his district that is different than other areas in his district and causes him concern. He's to be applauded for that, and any council member is to be applauded for that. Now, the next thing, and by the way, let me also add quickly, we, the council, can do that for up to 6 months, okay? You may have noticed, if you've been to some council meetings, in the last year and a half to 2 years, this council's been sitting here, this very group of people. We have been putting more restrictions on ourselves that we don't come to a meeting, everybody well-intentioned, and a colleague has on the agenda, I want to extend it for 6 months. And we didn't want to be in a position of simply voting yes or no. So we then asked our colleague, all of us, we voted these rules on ourselves, to expand on the reasons why, but not only that, your reasons for the original, what have you done? What has progressed to get us off of this? I'm not referring to the one President Cooper is putting forth. I just want to tell you about the council and our rules, okay? And then we have this more parish-wide type moratorium. I want to end with this. The moratorium will be introduced at the May 3rd meeting. Excuse me. Wow. Can somebody come be my bodyguard? Excuse me, the March 3rd council meeting, okay? I assure you that. It comes before appeals. Whatever occurs on appeals, so be it. It comes after, okay? I can't predict how many are going to be in March appeals. I can predict that the ordinance for introduction for a moratorium will be on the consent calendar, and it will be heard very early in the meeting, okay? I'm saying that in public. You can take it to the bank. Do any of my colleagues disagree? Thank you. Okay, so that's my comments. Thank you all very much. So we have a motion and a second on Mr. Smith's moratorium, and that's all we need. Next item is number 12 on ordinance for introduction. Ordinance calendar number 6893, ordinance to extend a 6-month moratorium on the issuance of building or conditional use permits for construction or placement of building structures on property within a portion of unincorporated town of Alton subdivision, Ward 9, District 14. This is Mr. T.J. Smith, who was not here tonight. General Ernst, you had, no, okay, you're good. Thank you, sir. Would someone want to make a motion on behalf of Mr. T.J. Smith? Motion by Mr. T.J., excuse me, by Mr. Canulet. Sorry, T.J. Second by Mr. David Fitzgerald. Thank you, my friend. And that's all we need. Excuse me? Excuse me? Yeah. Item 13 on ordinance introduction, ordinance calendar number 6894, ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on the receipt of submissions by the Parish Zoning and Planning Commission for the rezoning of re-subdivision of property and/or the issuance of permits for construction or placement of any building structures on property south of I-12, north of Highway 190, west of Highway 11, and east of the precinct S19 boundary line within unincorporated boundaries of Ward 9 in District 14, Mr. T.J. Smith. Again, Mr. Mike Smith, would you like to make a motion on Mr. T.J.'s behalf? Motion by Mr. T.J. Smith, seconded by Mr. Jimmy Davis. No one from the audience with the card. General, I think you don't want to speak on this. Thank you, sir. Oh, excuse me. Okay. I don't have a card. Come on up, ma'am. Okay, you just didn't put a card in?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
Thank you.
You'd like to be heard?
I would.
Okay, please state your name and what else? Her address? Yeah. Yeah, and one of our staff members will give you a card to please complete for the record.
Sure thing. Thanks.
Thank you.
Amy Eberzabel. My address is 158 Frenchman Drive, Mandeville, and I'm the executive officer of the North Shore Home Builders Association.
Okay.
And so you just explained how the council put some restrictions on yourselves, which we so appreciated, and we were here in support of that last year. Of course, we're never going to support a moratorium because we don't think it's good for the parish and good for business, but we did appreciate the restrictions that you have to at least say what's being done. You can't just have an automatic extension. And there were 2 just automatic extensions in a councilman's district, and he's not here.
Can I call you Miss Amy?
Please.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so the reason why we introduced it is because with him not being here, okay, he has to provide the rest of us with the restrictions before adoption, okay?
Okay.
So remember, this is only a motion and a second to move it to the adoption, ordinances for adoption, which will be on the March 3rd agenda.
Thank you.
Yes.
I misunderstood.
No,
Thank you.
no. Listen, I never fully explained that, but yeah, he'll have to explain to us why.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Was there someone else? Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and that's all we need. Okay. Okay, moving to appeals. What I'm going to do is, and let me I'm going to go through the appeals in a different order than here. I'm going to start with 1 and 2, and you'll see the reason why. The first appeal is Garrett Equistapace appealing the zoning commission denial on October 19, 2021 to rezone 397.37 acres located on the south side of Louisiana Highway 435, west of Woodland Road, east of Merrimead Lane, Abita Springs, from A1A Suburban District to I1 Industrial District, Ward 6, District 6. Mr. Equistapace is the parishioner, and I'm going to go to Ms. Tanner.
I would like to request a postponement. One of the speakers has COVID and cannot be here tonight.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, and Ms. Tanner just learned of this very recently, okay? So obviously, with COVID, I think we have a motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Canulet, to postpone until the
next
March 3rd meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any comments from the public? I don't have any speaker cards. Okay, council, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving to number 2, which I must read into the record. Same gentleman, Mr. Garrett Aquistapace, appealing the zoning commission denial on October 19, 2021 to rezone a different 631.86 acres located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 21, north of Louisiana Highway 41, and south of the Bogachita River, Bush, from A2 Suburban District, RO Rural Overlay, and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay to I-1 Industrial District, Ward 5, District 6. Ms. Tanner.
Also request a postponement to next month. Speaker has COVID.
With the COVID. Okay, so same situation. Recently found this out. We all understand the problems with COVID. Motion by motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Canulet. Anyone from the audience, council, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Okay, so for everyone in the audience, including Mr. Marone, Mr. Weiner, I'm going to move temporarily past item 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, because we have other quick issues, not on an appeal, not hearing it, which you'll understand. Thank you. So we're moving to appeal number 8, okay? And that is Jeffrey D. Shane appealing the zoning commission denial on December the 7th, 2021 to rezone 275.33 acres located on the east and west sides of Honeybee Road, north of US 190, Slidell from TND2, Traditional Neighborhood Development Zoning District, to A4, Single Family Residential District, Ward 9, District 11. There will be a companion appeal I'll read after this. Mr. Drum.
Yes, sir, I'm asking for postponement till next meeting. Excuse me, till next meeting. We have, Mr. Shane and I are discussing a number of problems, a number of items pertaining to these two, and we'd like to postpone it one more month.
Okay. Have a motion by Mr. Drum, seconded by Mr. Jimmy Davis. And again, this is a recent postponement, but thank you, Mr. Drum. Now, I have quite a few cards on this from, excuse me?
Some don't want to speak, though.
Yeah, some do not want to speak, okay? So you know who you are if you turned in a card, all right? What I would suggest is, since it's not going to be heard tonight, and the motion postponed takes precedent, would ask your indulgence to delay until the next meeting your comments. Everyone says yes. Yes, sir.
Just very short. Mark Bryan, 31245 Cypress Street, Lacombe, Louisiana. Thank you very much for this indulgence, and I'm not arguing the postponement, but I would like to acknowledge all of the residents that are here, that came through this terrible weather, to speak out against this project. So if you are here to speak, or if you were here against the Honeybee Project, if you would just raise your hand, just as acknowledgement of the community.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And listen, thanks for everybody coming. We have postponements that occur between the appeal and agenda closing date and this type of thing. It happens many times. So thank you all for attending, and wanted to move you up in case there were people here that wanted to leave or whatever, okay? So thank you very much to both sides. Also, excuse me?
Need a second and a vote.
Yeah. Mr. Kurtron made the motion,
Yes, sir.
seconded by Mr. Jimmy Davis to postpone until next month's meeting. Please vote.
Mr. Fitzgerald, Ms. Casabon. The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. All right, item 9 on appeals, this is a companion appeal, which I have to read, regarding the same property, a little bit different. Jeffrey D. Shane appealing the zoning commission denial on December 7th, 2021 to rezone 275.33 acres located on the east and west sides of Honeybee Road, north of US 190, Slidell, from A4A Single Family Residential District to A4A Single Family Residential District and PUD Plan Unit Development District. Ward 9, District 11. Mr. Drum.
Again, I would like to request a postponement until March 3rd for the same reasons as the other one.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Drum. Seconded by Mr. Mike Smith. Anyone from the audience? No, we're delaying this till March the 3rd, okay? Council, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
And then we have item 10 on appeals, John B. Frizzell, appealing the zoning commission denial on December 7th, 2021 to rezone .3995 acres located on the north side of Campground Road, east of Louisiana Highway 1129, north of Louisiana Highway 40, being 20051 Campground Road, Covington, from A2 Suburban District, RO Rural Overlay, and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay to A5 Two-Family Residential District, RO Rural Overlay, and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay, Ward 2, District 2. Mr. Fitzgerald.
2 factors enter into this. I'd like to move to postpone. Mr. Frizzell called me yesterday and had just tested positive for COVID. A, and B, we're in the process of conferring with the neighborhood over this issue. So I move to postpone.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Motion to postpone, seconded by Ms. Martha Casborn. Okay, so once again, we have two speakers on this item. Because it's being postponed, would you still like to speak, ma'am? Okay, no. And we're good? Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Anyone from the council? Seeing none, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Okay, so now we move back to our regular appeals agenda. Excuse me. Oh, that one's postponed too? Wow. Sorry, Jimmy. Excuse me, please. We're going to continue to appeal 11. Alma Temple appealing the zoning commission approval on January the 4th 2022 to rezone .516 acres located on the south side of Washington Street, east of 22nd Street, being lots 1, 2, and 3, square 160 Lacombe Park subdivision from A3 Suburban District to A3 Suburban District and MHO Manufacturing Housing Overlay, Ward 7, District 7. Mr. Jimmy Dean. Excuse me.
That's James Dean, yeah.
Goodness
It's
gracious.
okay. It's okay. It's James Dean, but that's, no.
Something's wrong with me tonight because I'm
No.
really not trying to make jokes.
That's okay. Chairman Bender, you know, sometimes I wish we did have a crystal ball.
I hear you,
Because
Mr. Davis.
Ms. Elma Temple called me at 4:30 today, God bless her, and she can't get out of the house. I mean, it's just the weather and everything like that. So she asked me to, since she's the one that's appealing the zoning commission's approval, she asked me to go ahead and please postpone it so she could have something to say next month. So I make a motion to postpone.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Yeah, and now I remember Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis told me right before the meeting, Miss Alma, God bless her, she was afraid to drive in this weather, and I think we all can understand that, okay? So, motion and a second. I do have a speaker card. Jamie Lindsay, would you like to speak, sir, even though it'll be postponed? Briefly, sure.
Mr. Davis, we'd be happy to meet Ms. Alma if she'd like to have a meeting, and we'd be happy to speak with you about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no one else? Yes, sir, Mr. Davis.
Can I make a different motion? Because there's also some engineering search situations on this piece of property that are going to be, can I amend that motion and postpone it for 2 months?
Yes, sir.
I want to do that.
Okay, motion by Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Yes, sir. Let me ask you real quickly. Come on.
I'm the owner of the property.
Yes, sir.
I guess before they postpone it, I mean, I just want to present the engineering plans for the culverts, so that way you can have it, and it was asking by the engineering officers over here, and also for the public service, so I was just trying to, so you say you need some engineering planning and whatnot, that will help you kind of go through it.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And I guess I'll see you next week.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Avila, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, and so seeing no one else, please vote on the 2 months
2 months.
postponed.
That's correct.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. So now we move to item 3, and I will be reading each of these. So we're talking about an appeal that includes item 3, item 4, item 5, item 6, and item 7 under appeals. I want to, before I read these, is to make everyone in the public aware that this started, I believe, in November, okay? And Chairman Lorino, who was our chairman in 2021, I was vice chairman, that term ended in December. This appeal carries over. So I received a heads up that there was an agreement made, instead of listening to all 5 appeals individually, and both sides were in agreement with this, and I confirmed that yesterday during the day from our council administrator for one of the entities, and was able to get in touch with Mr. Marone, our attorney, late yesterday, and he confirmed as well. So they're better heard together is the first thing I've been told. Mr. Marone, you agree with that? And I know, is Ms. Wagner here? Okay, and speaking, I'm told, for your resident group, you agree? Yeah, okay, so, yeah,
So I would like to state
Wait. Hold up. Wait. Yeah, Mr. Canulette just corrected me. I conferred with our attorney last night, okay? After I spoke with Mr. Marone to find out, as the attorney for the appellant, was he in fact in agreement as Ms. Wagner was? So I'm trying to get up to speed yesterday, okay? Ms. Emily Couvillon, I also spoke with afterwards. So, what I was told is, and both sides can confirm tonight before the appeal, is that all 5 appeals would be heard together. This was an agreement made in November of 2021. Each side will receive 30 minutes, 30 total minutes, plus an additional 10 minutes of rebuttal time, okay? Now, if we were hearing this, each appeal individually, it would be slightly longer. If it was one appeal, it's going to be way shorter than that. Both sides have agreed to this, and Ms. Wagner, would you acknowledge that?
Sure. Could you address the additional 2 minutes?
I'm going to get to that. Yes, ma'am, I sure will. Mr. Marone, okay, so we have an agreement on 30 minutes and the 10 minutes. On the 2 minutes, I spoke with our attorney, Ms. Emily Couvillon. On the 2 minutes, I know one side was saying, after council member questions, could there be a 2-minute conclusion from both sides? This is not something that I've ever seen done on the council. In speaking with our attorney, it is not something that is automatically allowed, okay? The wording is may be allowed. I spoke with Mr. Marone, and the previous email that I saw from November did not include 30 minutes plus 10 minutes plus 2 minutes. I again spoke with Ms. Emily Couvillon last night, our attorney, and she did acknowledge that it would be may allow. In speaking with Mr. Dean, the district councilman, and mentioning this to other colleagues as it would be a relatively new, what our attorney told me was the 2 minutes would be at the discretion of the chair. So that's our rules, okay? And Mr. Marone had told me, while he wasn't aware of the 2 minutes previously, he would be in agreement with that, although this agreement is, and Ms. Wagner, I want to let you know, so it'll be at my discretion. Certainly, if the feeling is that's a good thing, well, then we'll go there then, okay? So for sure, we've got 30 minutes and 10 minutes. Okay? And then questions from council members. Okay, let me read item 3. Let me ask you a question. Okay. All right, so legal counsel says, I will read all 5 of these, okay, together, one after another, and then we'll view it as one. We'll do individual votes, okay, but it will be one hearing, okay? So item 3 on appeals is Bruce Wayner appealing the zoning commission denial on October 19th, 2021 to rezone 18.66 acres located on the east side of Highway 1085 and south and west of Bricker Road, Covington, from PF2 Public Facilities District and NC4 Neighborhood Institutional District to A4 Single Family Residential District, Ward 1, District 1. Yeah. Item 4 on appeals is Bruce Wayner appealing the Zoning Commission denial on October 19, 2021 to rezone 14.87 acres located on the east side of Highway 1085 and south and west of Bricker Road, Covington, from A6 Multifamily Residential District to PBC 1 Planned Business Campus, Ward 1, District 1. Item 4 under appeals is Bruce Wayner appealing the zoning commission denial on October 19, 2021 to rezone 20.44 acres located on the east side of Highway 1085 and south and west of Bricker Road, Covington, from PF2 Public Facilities District, NC4 Neighborhood Institutional District, and A6 Multifamily Residential District to PBC 1 Planned Business Campus, Ward 1, District 1. Item 6 on appeals is Bruce Wayner appealing the zoning commission denial on October 19, 2021 to rezone 30.78 acres located on the east side of Highway 1085 and south and west of Bricker Road, Covington, from A2 Suburban District to A4 Single Family District, Ward 1, District 1. And the last appeal on this is item 7. Bruce Wayner appealing the zoning commission denial on October 19, 2021 to rezone 160.44 acres located on the east side of Highway 1085 and south and west of Bricker Road, Covington, from PBC 1 Planned Business Campus and A4 Single Family Residential District to PBC 1 Planned Business Campus, A4 Family Residential District, and PUD Plan Unit Development, Ward 1, District 1. Okay. Those are appeals 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, which we will hear under the rules previous. So, Mr. Morone. Thank you, Mr. Morone.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Paul Morone on behalf of the appellant this evening for Vucare subdivision. I want to first start out by saying that what you're about to hear this evening is not nearly as complicated or convoluted as it may seem by all these cases on your agenda. That was a product of how the cases were filed, but I hope you will recognize as I go through with my explanation that it's far easier to understand. There are fewer moving parts than you might imagine with all of these cases that are before you. This property is 183 acres. It currently has 5 zones on it. And those zones are A2. There's 31 acres of A2 that are out there. A4, there's 99 acres. A6 multifamily, 17 acres. PF2 at 25 acres. And Neighborhood Commercial 4, NC4, at 4 acres. All of the requests that are before you are to accommodate our proposed PUD, which I'll go over in detail, and planned business campus zoning for parcels along Bootlegger Road and in place of the existing A6 multifamily property along Bricker Road. So despite all of the cases that you have, there's really only 3 things that are before you tonight. That is the underlying zoning for the PUD, that is the PUD overlay, the plan that is before you, and then the PBC1 zoning on the 3 parcels that I noted, the 2 along Bootlegger Road and the 1 on Bricker Road where the existing multifamily is located. Before I get into the details about either the PBC1 or the PUD, I think it's important for you to understand a little history about this project, because it has been suggested that, well, this was a virgin piece of ground and, you know, people moved out there and it was woodlands and it should stay woodlands. But what many of you may not realize, perhaps Ms. Casabon does because she was on the Planning and Zoning Commission back at this time, but this property was rezoned starting in 1998 and finished in 1999 for the Timber Branch 2 subdivision. That zoning at that point in time included A2, A3, A4, A5, which is a duplex zone, A6, which is apartments, and commercial along Highway 1085. Not only was it zoned for this project back in the late 90s, but in fact, tentative subdivision was approval was granted in 1999 for all of these uses. And then it was again reapproved in 2004. So the zoning and planning for a significant development on this property was in place before Terabella ever existed, before Weston Glen ever existed, and before Maison du Lac ever existed. So in fairness to those that moved out there, this was not a virgin piece of ground. This was a piece of ground that had significant zoning and significant steps toward developing that ground back to the late 90s. Let's talk about our PUD. Of the 183 acres, the PUD consists of 160.44 acres. It's all of the property except for the areas along Bootlegger Road where we have the PBC2. The existing A6 multifamily parcel is included within the boundaries of our PUD. So what is the existing zoning allowed? I laid out these 5 zones for you, but I think it's very important for you to understand before we look at the details of what I propose on that PUD, what does the existing zoning allow? Well, the existing zoning allows 614 residential units. That is 427 single-family units. It's straight math. I told you there was 99 acres of A4. That's 396 units at 4 acres, 4 lots an acre. That's what's permitted under A4. There's 30 acres of A2. That's 30 lots. There's 17.25 acres of multifamily A6 zoning in place. It's been in place for over 20 years. That allows for 187 apartment units. If you add all of those up, you get 614 residential units. That is allowed today. If no changes are made to the zoning, that is what can go on that property today, 614 units. What are we proposing this evening? Well, first, what did we propose at the Zoning Commission? At the Zoning Commission, we proposed to get rid of the apartments. That's 187 units and a use that is viewed as objectionable off the table. We proposed 415 residential, single-family residential units. That consisted of 335 standard lots and 80 garden homes. So 427 single-family lots allowed. We proposed 415, less dense. Since that time, what's happened? We've had further discussions with Councilman Dean, who has urged us to reduce the density even further. And I should back up and state that the impetus to remove the apartment uses came from 2 places. First and primarily from Mr. Dean. Second, from some of the residents that we met with at Weston Glen, who also expressed objection, and some of the residents along Bricker Road. Based on those, we removed the apartments. But we were asked to reduce the density even further. So we are prepared to do that. We are agreeable to modifying the plan to do just that. And as our understanding, the requirement that we have been asked to consider is to take the 30 acres that is currently A2 at the northeast corner of the property, and rather than rezoning that to A4, to rezone it to A3, which is a half-acre density, and have larger lots in that area. We are agreeable to doing that. We will do that. We have presented a plan that does that. And what is the net result of that? Well, that's 34 additional lots that are being carved out of this project. So that brings us down to 381 residential lots. No apartments. That is 46 fewer lots than was proposed at the Zoning Commission. That is a 40% reduction from the 614 total residential lots that are permitted under that site today. Keep those 2 numbers in your head, 614 versus 381, because I believe it's that important. So at 381, how does our density compare with what's in the area? Well, it's pretty similar and pretty compatible. It is either very similar to the Maison du Lac and Normandy Oaks and Villages at Normandy Oaks, or less than Terabella that are out there. So it fits in very easily and very appropriately with those uses. We have heard, when I say we, the development community, have heard repeatedly from this council, from the Zoning Commission, from the administration and their engineers, we need to protect the floodplain. We've all heard that. We had a work group a couple of years ago where we spent a lot of time that Mr. Lorino headed up. Well, I'm pleased to tell you that This project, this layout that is before you, does just that. Between 96 and 98% of the developed sites on that plan are outside of the floodplain. They are not in the flood zone. The flood zone is located along the creek. That's where flood zone A is, the timber branch. All of that area is the green area that you see on the map for this PUD. That area is either a 100-foot riparian buffer along the creek, or that area is part of our dry detention. But that is not where we're putting the lots. The lots are outside of the floodplain. Wetlands. There are wetlands on this site. 41% of the site contains wetlands, not 70%, as has been erroneously reported and stated repeatedly in this process. All of the wetlands, interestingly, are outside of the floodplain. That might seem counterintuitive. We would think that the wetlands would be in the flood zone area, right? They're not a one. All of the wetlands on this site are in the non-flood zone areas. Why is that? That's because the area around the creek drains. The rest of the area, the rest of the property is relatively flat, which means the water doesn't run off, which gives the characteristics for wetlands. So of those wetlands, we already have a permit from the United States Army Corps of Engineers for Phase 1. We have mitigated that property, which means that there are now more wetlands in St. Tammany Parish that are being preserved in perpetuity than are being impacted by our phase. It has been suggested to us that the soils out there in those wetlands are absorbing and soaking up water. And so if we damage that or we impede that, that there will be runoff or flooding problems. Well, it's important to note that the soils in this area are heavy clays, which means they do not absorb well. And so those wetlands are not high functioning and do not absorb significant water. I would also point out that all of these conditions that I've just explained were addressed in detail in our hydrological study. Green space. 48 acres of the site is being preserved in green space. That's 30%, which is in excess of the minimum required. It has allowed us to create buffers all around the site. Not only those buffers along the creek, but along Bricker Road, and around the entire perimeter and around our major roadway, Armstrong Parkway, that runs through the middle of the property. It allows us to put parks throughout the site. If you look at the plan, you will see 3 or 4 different parks interspersed. All of that allows us to provide a better product. So the areas along the creek are preserved, the buffers are preserved, and it also allows for the amenities that you see there, walking trails, playgrounds, and athletic fields. We are not required to have a drainage study or a traffic impact analysis at this stage in the process. The ordinance that you all passed that made that a possibility was passed after this project had begun. But that being said, we took the step to have the hydrological study and the TIA done. At this time, we have preliminary approval for both of those studies from your engineering department. With regards to the hydrology, you know that your ordinances require a 25% reduction on a 100-year storm event, correct? Well, I'm pleased to tell you that we greatly exceed that requirement. Our reduction is between 44 and 83% on the 10, 25, 50, and 100-year storm events. We're providing approximately 17 acres of dry detention. Not only are we vastly exceeding your detention requirements and preserving the floodplain, which I noted a minute ago, but we are creating additional capacity in that floodplain. 20 acre-feet of additional capacity will be created in the floodplain. What does that mean? That means that the capacity of the floodplain will have more space to accept water. 20 acre-feet is 20 acres 1 foot deep. That is to be created. That is more than exists today. With regards to traffic, we have an approved TIA. A turning lane is required at the front of our development, and we will be constructing that. The residents of Weston Glen asked if we could locate that turning lane closer to their entrance so that they would have the benefit of it as well, and we are agreeable to doing that. We had to study 11 intersections. I've never had a TIA that had that many intersections to be studied, but we studied 11. Each of those intersections continues to function at an acceptable level of service as established by your ordinance after this development is built. So after this development is built out and with a growth rate that is accepted by your engineers, all of those intersections continue to operate above the level of service that is required by your ordinances. We were told when we came in and met with your engineers that there was an issue at Bricker Road, where there was a dip in Bricker Road. In rain events, it goes underwater. My client agreed that if the parish engineers would like us to, we will endeavor to correct that issue as part of this project. Since we said that, people have suggested that they don't want us to do that. I'm just simply here to tell you that this is an issue that we're aware of. Your engineers have pointed out to us. We're prepared to take that on and to address that if this parish and your engineers want us to do that. If you do not, then we won't. But we're prepared to do that. My client is willing to do that if we're asked to do so. So the requested rezoning allows us to do a couple of things that I think are significant and important that the underlying zoning doesn't allow us to do without it. First, it allows us to reduce the density. 614 units to 381. It allows us to eliminate 17.2 acres of multifamily that's existed for 20 years. It allows us to preserve the areas along the creek. It allows us to avoid the floodplain and increase floodplain capacity. It allows us to establish green belts along all of the perimeter, and it allows us to provide detention that vastly exceeds your requirements. That is the PUD. Those are the reasons I urge you to vote for the PUD. What about the PBC1? Well, that's about 20 acres located along Bootlegger Road at our entrance and the area that is currently A6. What does the planned business campus 1 allow? Well, it allows medical offices and general business offices. Our vision for this stretch is generally what you see along Ochsner Boulevard, medical offices and general office use. The existing zoning in C4 is by and large a retail zone. We do not believe that retail centers in this area is the best use of the land. And we do not believe that that fits with what's out there. If we look at what's there, we've got 2 churches, we've got the Louisiana Landscape Facility, we've got the outpatient pavilion, and we have an ambulatory surgery center going in. It seems like a better use is medical office and general office use in those areas. What concessions have been made along the way? Well, let's look at those. First, and I sound a little bit like a broken record, but I think it's that important, we removed the multifamily from the project. That's a major concession. 17 acres that existed for 20 years is gone. We've agreed to cap the heights of the buildings in PBC1. PBC1 allows a 75-foot building. We've agreed to cap the buildings at 45 feet. That requirement has been placed on our PUD plan. Under the PUD zoning, we have the ability to make that limitation, and we have done so. We were asked to remove some of the uses in PBC1, so we have agreed to remove the multifamily, the hotels, motels, convention centers, and freestanding parking garage and decks. That limitation is also encompassed on our PUD plan. We were asked to bring some amenities to Bricker Road that they don't otherwise have. They don't have fire hydrants. We have agreed to bring fire hydrants there. They do not have internet fiber for cable. We've agreed to bring that to that area. We've also agreed to extend the buffer along Bricker Road all the way down to the PBC1 parcel that we're proposing in that area. All of those are concessions that have been made along the way for this project. So, in conclusion, the request is not confusing. The number of cases is confusing. But Timber Branch 2, of which this property forms, has been around for 20 years. We are proposing a PUD today that brings you 381 lots. That's much less than the existing zoning would allow. Single family alone, forget the apartments, 427 allowed. We're at 381. We are not developing in the floodplain, and we are increasing floodplain capacity. We believe that the PBC1 is a better use than NC4 along Bootlegger Road. So I'll sum it up in this way for you, respectfully. I would suggest to you that a vote against this project, is a vote for apartments, it's a vote for more density, it's a vote for less green space, less buffers, less retention, less preservation of the floodplain, and less floodplain storage. That's what you get without the project. That's what the existing zoning brings to you. I urge you to vote for the project. A vote for the project is no apartments. A vote for the project is less density. A vote for the project is more green space. A vote for the project is larger buffers, vastly more detention, more preservation of the floodplain, and increased floodplain storage. I ask you, what is better for the area? I would submit to you that this plan is better for everybody involved. The developer, the residents that are going to live there, the residents that live in the surrounding subdivisions, and St. Tammany Parish. On all counts. I urge you to keep all of that in mind after you hear the arguments this evening, and we respectfully request your approval of these cases that are on your agenda. Mr. Chairman, last month you asked me after one of my appeals if anybody wanted to speak in favor, and I told you there never is, if you remember that. Yeah. Well, I stand corrected 1 month later. We do have some people here that want to speak in favor of us. Oftentimes, the business and the development community aren't at these meetings. We're aware of that. Tonight, they are very well represented, and some of them want to speak. But before I yield the podium, I would ask all of those that are here in favor of this project this evening to please stand up. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I've been doing this for over 20 years. Normally, it's me and my poor client sitting over there having a tough go at it. But I think what this tells you is how important this project is to these people, that they came out tonight to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marone. I always say, it's always good when we see a lot of the public on both sides of issues, okay? So thanks to both sides who have come tonight on this and for all of the other appeals. Okay, so we do have some speaker cards who are in favor. Mr. Randy Veruso.
Randy Veruso, 4153 Cypress Point Drive, Covington, Louisiana. I didn't prepare any notes to go through. I'll tell you a little bit about me. I'm a builder developer. I was president of the Home Builders Association in October of 2015, right after Hurricane Katrina. Worked with the parish extensively on jumpstarting the building business again with permitting and inspections and things like that. I came over here, like almost everybody in this room, from somewhere 23 years ago, settled in with my family and started, well, didn't start my business, brought my business over here. I felt this was the new frontier where there was some growth, where I could grow my business. I had met the Wainers early on when I came over and established a relationship with the Wainers. By coincidence, I happened to develop right next door to Maison de Lac, one of their, I would say, really successful developments. I developed Weston Glen next to them. As Weston Glen sold out recently, I was meeting with my board members that were taking over the Homeowners Association, and in discussions with them, talking about this project and that it was coming before the parish, we had talked about the Wainers and their track record, and about the development. The apartments came up. Those board members expressed their concerns to me about the apartments. quite honestly, I was looking at 1085 myself personally, thinking about it, looking at all the apartments in Terabella, and thought to myself, you know, if for some reason the apartments went away, personally, I thought, you know, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. I happened to discuss that with Bruce and Josh, and I said, look, you know, at least the board members I'm talking to in Western Glen, and, you know, they're not too keen on the apartments, and maybe you guys should consider that. Well, they did, and the apartments are gone, and I thought that was a good thing. Again, me personally. I will tell you, doing business with the Wayners, when they tell you they're going to do something, they're going to do it. They do what they agree to do, and they've always been a real pleasure to work with, and in some respect, they were my competition. They're not builders. They've always invited us in and building their developments, and their developments have always brought, in my opinion, real value to housing. I don't think there's anything, whether it was the smaller, the affordable homes that we built in their developments or the high-end developments, they've always brought in quality. So I think the Wayners bring some real value to St. Tammany Parish. The only other thing I'm going to leave you with is that being on the board, the Home Builders Board for many years, serving as vice president and president, we were very involved with a lot of charities in St. Tammany Parish charities. And I will tell you that I know of at least 6 lots that the Wayners have contributed, donated, didn't make 2 cents off of, to building our charity raffle house that have, you know, just generated a lot of money for our local charities. So not only are there businessmen over here, they're good citizens too. They're giving back. So, you know, and again, it's Randy Verusso's opinion. I think that the Wayners are good businessmen, and they bring great value to St. Tammany Parish. And Paul Marone summed it all up. They could have came in and just went what was there, what was zoned, and would have a lot more density than what they're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verusso. Okay, Mr. Kenny Adams.
Yes, sir. I'm Kenny Adams, Integrity Builders from Mandeville, Louisiana. And I just wanted to bring the part, as we talked about, we've been building here for over 27 years. I apologize for what's going on, but what we've done over the period of years with the home builders, with them, is the lots that they donated to us, we were able to build several raffle houses. And in the process of doing that, we've sold them, we've done them, y'all pretty much know about them, but we've had donated back to the community over $5 million to our local charities. And I'm sorry I'm getting choked up, but these are some of the best people that I've ever worked for, that we've ever developed with or ever built with. We're built in their subdivisions, but they're good people. They care. Back in the beginning, when Maison Dulac first started, it was a bankrupt subdivision. They went in there, asked them for a lot. They said that they would give one to the HBA for me to go ahead and build a raffle house. Went in there and built it. They turned around and turned that subdivision from a bankrupt subdivision into one of the finest subdivisions here in St. Tammany Parish. And I watched it over the period of years. And with that house, I don't know how many lots they've donated to the HBA to build these raffle houses, but these are first-class people, and when they say they're going to do it, they do it. And I just wanted to say exactly that part. And I ask you to please approve this development. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Robert Rockwell.
Good evening, Council President. Robert Rockwell with Rockwell Builders. I'm asking all y'all to strongly consider this from another point of view. I have a family of 7. I have 4 of my family members in the new home construction business. And if I look back, I've been a builder in St. Tammany Parish for the past 20 years. Very grateful to be here, very safe, sound. And I look back at all the subdivisions I build in, and I've got to tell you, I have to agree with my comrade Integrity Builders, Mr. Kenny, because if you look at every subdivision and I'm in Natchez Trace and the Sanctuary. If you look at what the Wainers have produced, the product that they produce right now is second to none. It's not just the landscaping, it's the streets, the width, the tree preservation. And let me tell you, they're sticklers. Like I said, I'm in many subdivisions. So you're not getting away with anything with the Wainers. So I'm asking y'all to support this, not only because they've done Normandy Oaks. If you just look at the product that they brought, again, that was a defunct subdivision. I tried to buy lots from the previous developer. He had since passed, but he wanted to do it himself. So I'm really pleased with all of our members and very happy to, again, encourage y'all to look at this. I mean, just think about what you've heard. The Wainers could put the apartments right now. They could put more homes. And if I ask y'all to look back at the Maisons de Lac subdivision, it is really the finest subdivision I'm building in. And listen, I build in a sanctuary, and there's nothing wrong with the sanctuary. I just think that if you look at the quality all the way throughout, I think it's second to none. So again, I ask y'all to support this. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Mr. John Barry. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so we need to stop the clock. That's everyone who has wished to speak, okay? Mr. Barone, do you wish to reserve your time prior to rebuttal? Okay. Thank you. Excuse me? They don't. Okay. Okay. All right, so Ms. Joycelyn Lowe. That's okay. Thank you, ma'am. William Spatz.
Good afternoon. My name is William Spatz, and I live at 277 Cherokee Rose Lane in the Timber Branch subdivision. I've lived there for over 20 years. And for those of you, unlike our council member, Mr. Dean, who haven't visited our subdivision or the property that is in question that is adjacent to our subdivision, was originally named Timber Branch 2 for a reason. They both share the same drainage pattern, and that is a Timber Branch Creek. And the Timber Branch Creek is the key to whether or not this is a good project or not. It doesn't have to do with Mr. Marone's description of the quality of the Wainers developments or what he's legally able to do with the current zoning or the proposed changes in the zoning. It has to do with the responsibility of the parish to do what they say in New Directions 2040 and in all of the other statements that's made here in St. Tammany Parish, and that is to provide for the quality of life of the citizens that already live here in St. Tammany Parish. You list in all of your conversations and your website that you have placed priority on two key issues above all else, and we agree with that 100%, and that is transportation problems and drainage problems. And I would like to familiarize you with the track since you probably haven't walked it. And it's next door to my subdivision, and I have walked up and down Bricker for 20 years. And I'm very familiar with the flow pattern in the creek, which needs the parish's attention. The place at which the Timber Branch Creek crosses Bricker Road is served by several culverts. They cannot handle the rain and the runoff that exists today without the new development going into place. That's the reason that up to 3 or 4 feet of water settles in the lowest spot on Bricker today, every time it rains hard, okay? It happened in Katrina, It happened in 2016, and it's happened in every heavy rain that occurs for a sustained period of time. The elevation at that low spot in Bricker is +7. The lowest elevation in our subdivision is +12, and yet the water backs up from the Timber Branch Creek and backflooding from the Tchefuncte River and inundates the streets in our subdivision and causes property damage. And I disagree with Mr. Mayrone's overclassification, which is not from a soil engineer or expert, that clay soils don't absorb water. If clay soil didn't absorb water, there wouldn't be any trees on this tract. Okay? Trees and vegetation have to have a water source in order to grow. It is a wet or fat clay. There are hundreds of different classifications of clay. I spent 40 years selling pile driving equipment. I dealt with soil engineers on a regular basis. You can't just say that that soil is clay, therefore it doesn't accept rain, and you don't have anything but runoff, okay? That's an overgeneralization. The Timber Branch Creek services a vast area in the parish. It starts past 1085, crosses into the tract that's up for development, and runs along the border of our subdivision. It is the only source of drainage we have in our subdivision. And the elevations along 1085 are as high as +27. So all of that runoff from 1085 to the Tchefuncte River crosses along the side of our subdivision or tries to find a shortcut through our subdivision. So we're very familiar with the effects of rain and drainage problems. Councilman Dean has worked with our subdivision to improve the ditches so that the flow runs better through our subdivision to get to the retention ponds. But the retention ponds overflow because the Timber Branch Creek gets higher than their exit pipes. So my desire is to impress upon you that your staff has made observations about the proposed development. They were very concerned, as we are, about over 5,000 vehicle trips per day being generated by the development. With the modifications, I'm sure they would say that that number is going to go down, but it's not going to go down to a number that's 2,000 or 3,000. It's going to be something less than what they projected based on the original plans. And the whole development is keyed to having a major thoroughfare, Armstrong Parkway, which connects 1085 to Bricker. Bricker is a one-lane asphalt road at present and is totally inadequate to handle any traffic coming into or out of that development because it does not offer a clear path to a major thoroughfare. Murphy Road is the only cross street that allows legal traffic to reach 21 from Bricker Road, okay? And that's a major problem. So we say that we don't disagree with the concerns that your professional staff have prepared, and we would like for you to consider the amount of time and effort they put forward in developing their analysis of this project, which led to the decision on the zoning commission that the changes would not be approved. But even more than that, we need the parish to work with the residents to alleviate the issues of flooding and the burden that we see today from traffic. It may meet the traffic study parameters that Mr. Mayrone talked about as far as the intersections, but there's an awful lot of assumptions in the traffic study, just like there's an awful lot of assumptions in the amount of rainwater he said that he's going to be able to retain. It's a very complicated issue, and it all deals with the hydrology of the river and the creek. And neither one of those things are under his control. So we ask for your support and denial of his request for the zoning changes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Loretto O'Reilly Jr.? Well, no, wait.
That's me. I am a junior.
You are a junior.
I've been a junior since I was born.
Good for you.
My name is Loretto Richards O'Reilly Jr. I live at I live in Abita Springs, but I and my three brothers own property at 16501 Bricker Road. It was the home built by my parents as their final resting place. 1983, I've known this property. Been there a long time. I've seen a lot of changes. Most recently, tremendous changes in the flow of the river, the flooding of the property, and it's difficult to even get off of Bricker Road and get into the traffic. They did a traffic study. However, it was done when there was no school in during a pandemic. So I don't know how valid that traffic study is, but not to pick things apart. I feel like it's time for y'all to listen to your constituents. We need time to evaluate future development. I think that our opposition is in no way personal. We're asking you all to represent us, to listen to our concerns about infrastructure, flooding, density, no schools, there's just so much. And for so long, I'm going to say this, it's not very nice, I suppose, but this parish has been run by the development community for a very long time. And it's good or bad, it's true. It's the truth. And the fact is, because of that, the habit is to kowtow to them, and they have become bullies. This is not good. This area has been developed to the brink of disaster, and the only sheer and real help that we can hope for is a change in land use policies and in development practices, and for the parish to enforce and encode land use laws. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Bobby Truitt?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a presentation that I wanted to ask your staff to be able to show this, so I don't know how that goes about happening. Can I ask that?
Yeah. Ashley, Michelle?
And I would ask that this not count against our time.
Well, okay. No, Mr. Truitt.
Yes, sir.
Just stop the time a second, please. Okay. So your presentation will count against your time.
No, I don't disagree. I'm just asking for
you
abatement
mean while
of the
you're
time
plugging it in?
while I hook up. Yes,
Oh,
sir.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, there we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I spoke before. My name is Bobby Truitt. I live in Terabella. I live at 213 Inglewood Terrace. My wife and family and I have lived there for 3 years. Previously, I lived down the street from Parish President Cooper. And we moved to Terabella because we liked the environment there. Planning and zoning denied this rezoning request. Planning and zoning considered the health, welfare, and safety of this proposed rezoning. And that is the criteria by which rezoning has to occur, the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And I submit to the council that in this particular case, this proposed rezoning does not in any way, shape, or form meet any one of those three. Councilman Lorino, who's not here, was previously quoted in the Times-Picayune, and this is what he said. This was about a month ago. The one thing I hope about the moratorium, when you put it in place, you have to keep it there until you get what you need. I'm okay going down that path, but you have to go the full way. Keep it until it's done everywhere. And I remember at the last meeting when I was here and I spoke, he asked the question, am I the dumb one here because I don't understand this? And he pointed to me and he said, I've proposed moratoriums before. And I'm telling all y'all out there that a 6-month moratorium is not adequate. That's what he said. He said, I've been the proponent of moratoriums, and I'm telling you right now, 6 months is not enough. That's what he said. And I would submit that Councilman Smith, you just said, and I thought this was very interesting, that there was going to be a postponement of the moratorium consideration because, and I wrote this down, infrastructure was inadequate. That's what we're asking for here, ladies and gentlemen. And I think Mr. Mayron, who I have a great deal of respect for, he and I have had cases against each other. We're both lawyers. I actually have a case where I'm aligned with him. So I have a great deal of respect for Paul. But I will say this, I think he misses the point. The development is not about reduced number of houses or whether or not they're going to address flooding or whether or not they're going to eliminate the apartments. He misses the point. This development is not up to the infrastructure, it's not up to the flooding, it's not up to the traffic. You need to address the infrastructure, you need to address the flooding and the traffic before you allow developments like this. This is, and I disagree with Paul, I counted the acreage. This is 250 acres, not 183 acres. And I submit to the council that 415 homes down to 381 homes is still a lot of homes. What you're basically going to be doing, because you can't go out Bricker, because the only way you got out there is Murphy Road next to the Walgreens, and you're taking your life into your hands if you try and cross Murphy Road to get across 21 to head northbound on 21. I mean, I go to the Baptist church, and I've gone that way because I had to head up to my office, and I'm telling you, it's dangerous. And now what you're going to do is you're going to funnel all these people out onto Bootlegger. And the traffic study that they've proposed says that the delay in getting out on, for example, Terabella, where I live, is only going to be a couple of seconds. I mean, that's like, and that's not true. I'm telling you right now, and I'll show you this photo. This is me waiting to get out onto Terabella during school. And they're telling us, I mean, we don't even have the development in yet. And they're telling us it's going to take it's only going to add another 2 seconds to get out onto Bootlegger. I submit that that is flawed numbers. You know, if St. Tammany also is going to put the surgical center in, basically about the same place as they're proposing to put Timber Branch, that's going to add more traffic. So it's traffic upon traffic upon traffic, and the infrastructure has to be addressed. We just got through dealing with Bootlegger and widening it. Why are we now going, and that's great. I commend the council for doing that. I commend the council for adding the bike lane. I think it's a great idea. But if they're going to put 400 homes on this site, they need to consider the infrastructure, and I don't think they've done that. And to say, well, we've reduced the density of the subdivision is putting lipstick on a pig. I mean, it still is a development that is not appropriate for the area. Now, maybe one day when the infrastructure comes up to level, I would agree that maybe this subdivision would be appropriate. And you know what? We're willing to work with them on that. We've offered to work with them. We've offered to meet with them in a community meeting. Planning and zoning actually told them, hey guys, I think a community meeting might be a good idea, and that was turned down. We've offered that multiple times to have a community meeting to discuss a subdivision that works. They refused that. As far as flooding is concerned, I took this photo in June. This is the Timber Creek. And you can see that that is, I believe that's feet. Am I correct? That's feet? 14 feet, if you stand at the bottom of the Timber Creek, this was during some flooding, if you stand at the bottom of the Timber Creek, that's 14 feet, almost 15 feet up. I mean, that's substantial flooding. This I took, that's not the right photo. This photo here is a wider shot of that same close-up, and you can see the Timber Creek is not, it can't handle the flooding in this particular area. Then what I did is I went on Bricker, and ironically, the rezoning sign is right there where you can see all the water backing up onto Bricker. And this was just a regular rainy day. It was June, there were a couple of rainy days, but this is the flooding that it produces on Bricker. You could put detention ponds till the cows come home, and it's not going to be adequate. This is another photo on Bricker where there's flooding. And I just drove down Bricker taking these photos. This is another, I believe this is the culvert that supposedly drains under Bricker and back out to the river. And you can tell it's just not adequate. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, I urge you to sustain the Planning and Zoning Commission's denial of this rezoning request. It's very important, as was just pointed out by Ms. O'Reilly. You all represent us, not the developers. And for so long, I mean, I've been over here for almost 30 years. For so long, I've watched St. Tammany grow, and it makes me sick because I moved over here. I moved over here when Kmart and Del Champs were the only one there. So I remember that. We've got to keep the development down. We've got to let the infrastructure catch up. And I think everyone recognizes that. I mean, I think all of these moratoriums that you all are talking about are great ideas. Let's do that. Let's figure out what we can do so that people like the Wainers can develop developments that they propose to develop. I thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you, sir. Peggy Miranda.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I'm Peggy Miranda. I live on Bricker Road, and I wanted just to talk to you from my heart right now about flooding and what you go through as a victim of flood. Our home flooded. That's just 3 words. Our home flooded. Can I tell you what it leads to? It leads to 8 months of being homeless. It leads to a month of the stench of mildew in your mouth and in your hands as you sort through everything of your whole life is getting thrown away. We lost everything. We lost our photos, all our jewelry, all of our furniture, my grandmother's furniture, my children's memorabilia. We kept one ottoman, and that is it from the flood that we went through in 2016. It is absolutely torture to go through it. We were in our mid-60s, and it was difficult. We started over literally, very hard. And that is my main concern right now with this development. Even though they've lessened the amount of homes on it, it is still way too dense for our area. Our infrastructure cannot support the water runoff, the possible flooding, Bricker Road flooding. It just cannot handle that kind of runoff. Also, the whole infrastructure needs to be dealt with, and I believe you just said that as well, but that is one of my concerns. How do we get 5,000 more cars in and out onto Highway 1085 and Highway 21 when we do take our lives into our hands as we try to cross over now on Highway 21? It is going to be horrendous and dangerous, and there will be fatalities in it, and that concerns me greatly as a citizen of this fine parish. Right now also, when church is there, there's 1,000 parishioners that come, and it adds even more traffic to the area. So we have all the traffic, and if this proposed subdivision takes place, the amount of cars will just overbear that whole area as well. There's also the aesthetic side of what we have, the lights, the pollution, the noise. Is that going to be dealt with? Will our quality of life remain the same? We've lived on Bricker Road for almost 21 years now. The North Shore is a beautiful place, and we'd like to see it stay that way. We'd like to see it stay safe as well. So safety, flooding, traffic, infrastructure, those are the main reasons. If this was an intentionally planned development that you guys met with us and we talked together about what could work for both of us. We're not against this developing. We're not against that. We're against dense, hyper-dense development that causes problems to our community. And I'll tell you right now, I just can't go through another flood. It's just too overwhelming. So I beg you not to vote this through tonight, because our community, our citizens, and I know there's not many of us tonight, but every meeting we have come to, we've had at least 150 people sitting there expressing themselves with the Planning Commission. And I just beg you to listen to us and try to get our developments to be sensible and intentional. They could be beautiful. They could be beautiful and functional. I thank you very, very much for hearing me out and listening to me, and I do hope that we can work something out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Arnold Kirschman.
My name is Arnold Kirschman. I live at 16473 Bricker Road. I'd first like to say that we appreciate that the Wayners have made some adjustments, but the facts are, the only thing we heard tonight is about the reduction in residents from 415 to 381. Everything else is exactly as it was reviewed by the Zoning Commission. I'd like to thank the council members, Councilman Dean, Council Chairman Bender, for your time and your attention. Tonight is an important night, and I know the Wayners and their attorney would love you to overturn the ruling of your Zoning Commission and all of your St. Tammany experts. We have heard that the Wayners have told us that there won't be any serious problems. But again, they have refused to meet with the community and hear our thoughts and try to develop a plan that works for everyone. I've been fortunate that I'm looking at it from both sides. I am a developer by trade. I believe in change and I believe in progress. But we never start a project until we have the support of the residents and the community. Second, I work in New Orleans, so I see the deterioration of the quality of life and the changing quality of the residents. But then I get on the causeway, and my whole perspective changes. I relax. I think about all the outdoor activities and events that I want to do. This is called the St. Tammany quality of life. This is what we're looking for. I exit the bridge, and I realize life isn't perfect. I approach 190 and 22, and the traffic stops. But let's get to the guts of what you're deciding. Flooding. You know the flooding in Mr. Dean's district is terrible. We can blame Mother Nature, we can blame global warming, but you can't, as community leaders, ignore it. If you overturn the Zoning Commission's decision, more houses will be flooded. Drainage and retention. The Wayners, as it is conceptually designed at this point, against the recommendation of the parish experts and the hydrologists, they have retention ponds that retain water full time. Then, as the river rises, it backs right up into the retention ponds and fills it up. It's the way it's designed. There is no place for the runoff from this development to go other than into homes in that neighborhood and other neighborhoods. Traffic. They said that it won't be a problem after this development is created. It's a problem right now. Are they not going to have residents that have cars? They won't go to work, they won't go to school, they won't have contractors coming to their homes and making repairs? They're going to have retailers, they're going to have offices, they're going to have businesses that need to have customers. Like they said, 5,000 additional cars constantly coming in and out. Again, all we're asking is that we wait until we have the streets and the infrastructure in place.
Amen.
Right now, I don't hear anything in the Wainers' plans that takes care of the traffic. And I don't think I've heard anything that says St. Tammany has the dollars allocated today to do this road work and all the improvements for the next 5 to 10 years. Terabella, Flowers Estates, all the ones that they have in the area that went ahead of them. They could have gone a long time ago, 20 years ago. For whatever reason, they didn't. Things have changed. What was good 20 years ago doesn't work today. But we can keep on doing the same thing over and over and over again and think that we will get different results. I don't have to tell you what they call that. But let's not ignore today's problems and learn from history what has developed in St. Tammany. Army Corps of Engineers. Now, I can be wrong, but my understanding is that no one, to our knowledge, has seen any approval from the Corps of Engineers, from the Army Corps of Engineers, giving them approval to develop this site. There is even a lawsuit that's outstanding. So, again, I could be wrong. Lastly, again.
Mr. Kirschman, I'm not going to interrupt you.
Okay.
I mean, I am, but I'm going to let you finish. Okay? Just so everybody knows, each side has 10 minutes of rebuttal time, okay? So I'm assuming you all would like to go into your rebuttal time. You'll have 10 minutes. If Mr. Kirschman, we don't want to let Mr. Kirschman finish?
Yeah, you were saying lastly, I'm okay with that. Go ahead, finish.
I mean, how much longer do you have, Mr. Kirschman?
Minute and a half.
Okay, I need a decision. We're good with using a minute and a half of rebuttal with Mr. Kirschman?
Can you use the 2 minutes in your discretion?
Not right now. Look, Mr. Kirschman,
That's fine with me.
okay, good. So, Mr. Kirschman, you're going to be into rebuttal and preserve some of those minutes.
All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Are we starting now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Again, we support, or no, I can only speak for myself. I support the moratorium. I hope that we all see that whether it's 6 months, 12 months, or whatever, is well worth protecting St. Tammany for generations to come. Please remember why you ran for council. Please remember the oath that you took when you took office. Your dream was to support and preserve the rights and the safety and the quality of life of every resident of St. Tammany and make it better for the future. Again, please, we urge you to uphold the Zoning Commission's denial. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so one second there, Mr. Marone. And this is for the opposing side, okay? You have one speaker, Mr. Ken Thurman, who had turned in a speaker card wishing to speak. Okay, is Mr. Thurman here? Okay, so again, as a group, you'll need to decide. I think I saw about 9 minutes left on 10-minute rebuttal.
I'd like to wait for the rebuttal. You'll decide. I may just not even speak.
Okay, well, that's fine. I wanted to offer those, sir. Yeah, okay, so for everyone to understand, Mr. Marone, you had 1 minute left on your original 30. That's why the clock says 11 minutes.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let me first dispel one myth, and that is the myth that we refuse to meet with the residents, okay?
Excuse me.
We're gonna.
One second now.
So.
Look, hold on, Mr.
Yes,
Marone. I'm fine because people are enthusiastic with clapping after a speaker. But now look, we can't interrupt one another with anything, okay? So thank you so much. We appreciate it.
So let me dispel that myth. What we weren't willing to do was meet under the specific terms that certain opposition parties wanted to meet. But we did meet with Tarabella twice. Mr. Kirschman was in both of those meetings. We met with residents from Timber Branch. We met with residents from Weston Glen. My clients met with people from along Bricker Road. We had all of those meetings, and we reached out to those people and had those meetings. We did not agree to a community meeting because we did not believe it would be productive, and because, quite frankly, some of the people that would be involved in that are engaged in litigations with my clients right now. And so I did not feel that it was in their best interest to have that kind of meeting. But we did reach out to the residents in all of those developments, and we met with them. So to suggest that we wouldn't meet with the community and talk to them is absolutely inaccurate. Let's also discuss what happened at the Zoning Commission, because I want to clear that up. We are here on denial because there were not enough votes at that Zoning Commission meeting to either approve or deny the case, which means by default it comes to you as a denial. I don't want you to be under the misconception that a majority of the zoning commissioners voted to deny this case, because that's not what happened. Neither side had enough votes to carry the day. So by default, it comes to you. So to suggest follow what the zoning commission did, the zoning commission couldn't make a decision because there weren't enough people there to have the votes. It's important that you know that. I would also submit to you that those that are opposed to development and those that are opposed to this development do not have a monopoly on being constituents of this council or this administration. You heard, listen to your constituents. You heard, listen to us. These people are your constituents too. These people live here, these people work here, and their voices need to be heard. It is not only the voices of people that oppose development that should be heard. If they want you to hear the constituents, then hear them all. You should hear them all. These people are your constituents as well. And they don't share the views of the people that just came up here and told you to listen to us. I can't always say that, but I can tonight. And I hope you will keep that in mind. For many years, we were told you got to have a drainage study, you got to have a traffic study. And the rules were, you didn't have them at zoning, and we were told, you gotta have them, you gotta have them. The same people, opponents, you gotta have them. So guess what? We have them, and what do we hear? You can't believe those things. They don't know what they're talking about. Those aren't accurate. Not one of the people that stood up here is an engineer to the best of my knowledge. But they sure didn't believe your engineers who reviewed the traffic study and reviewed the hydro study. It's fine if they don't believe our engineer, but they don't believe your engineers who went over those studies for probably 9 months to a year before granting approval. So when we talk about how are we going to deal with the infrastructure, Mr. Kirschman said we have no plan to take care of the traffic. Your ordinances dictate how we deal with the traffic. They prescribe a traffic impact analysis. We followed that ordinance, just like we followed the ordinance on your hydrological study. You want to talk about the health, safety, and welfare? Our plan is better on all of those counts than what the existing zoning is. Maybe I'm missing the point, but I don't think I am. I think others are missing the point. People here tonight seem to start with the premise that you've got no property rights. Doesn't matter if you own property, you can't do anything unless we say so. That's not the way it works. That's reversed. We start with property rights. That's where we begin. We have a constitutional right to use our property in some manner, in really any manner we want. That has been abridged a little bit by your zoning regulations, but the core is that we have the right to use our property. We can use our property, but we've got to obey your laws, right? That's why we did a hydro study. That's why we did a TIA. They were both approved. So when we talk about health, safety, and welfare, this project is better on all counts. You did take an oath. You took an oath to uphold the laws of this parish. We comply with the laws of this parish. We have looked at your ordinances. We have abided by your ordinances. We have had our engineers' work inspected by your engineers' work, and they have approved it. What more would you have us do at this point? We have done everything that we can do. Mr. Spatz said that this is about drainage and the creek. Well, I respect that that is his primary concern. We had the ability to meet with Mr. Spatz, and he expressed those concerns. And I will tell you again that this project not only preserves the floodplain, we avoid it, but we expand the floodplain. They talked about water backing up. If water backs up, there will be 20 acre feet, 20 acres, a foot deep, of additional floodplain that does not exist today. Is that going to cure all the ills if the Tchefuncte River comes up? No. But is it better than it is today? It is. It absolutely is. Mr. Spatz also questioned whether or not, my statement regarding the soils. And I find his objection to my statement that the soils are heavy clay and so that they do not absorb a lot of water. I'm surprised that he would take such objection to that, because I'm going to read to you from an affidavit in a federal district court case signed by Mr. Spatz. My home experiences heavy runoff because the clays in the soil that reduce the soil's ability to absorb water. That sounds like what I said. I stand by my statement. Mr. Kirschman said he hadn't seen anything from the Corps of Engineers that gives us the ability to build this project. There it is, phase 1. There's the Corps of Engineer 404 permit. As you know, we have to submit it to your staff to be able to ever go to work out there, but we have it. This is it. The staff has it as well, I'm told. So where are we? Where are we with this project? Something is going to go on this piece of property. Something is going to be developed there. There's a lot of talk about the moratorium. Even if the moratorium passes, it does not apply to this project. Does not apply to this project. But this project has an approved traffic study. This project has an approved hydrological study. This project has less density than the current zoning allows. So to say no, we don't want this project. I mean, I went through the litany of repercussions if the answer this evening is no. And let's just I've got 2 minutes. Apartments. If I ask for a show of hands of who wants 17 acres of apartments on Bricker Road, I don't think anybody's raising their hand. But that's where we are if this project is denied. Except for nobody that matters would raise their hand. I'll say that. More density. Do we want more density? You just heard it's too dense. You heard repeatedly the speakers opposed saying, we don't want high density. The development that we are proposing is less density. Well, we're worried about flooding. We have more detention than's required. Well, what about the floodplain? Well, we protect it and we increase it. All of these are characteristics and components of our plan. All of the problems, all of the issues that were raised in opposition to this project are made worse if it is developed under its existing zoning. So I ask you, why would we force that? Why would we force a plan that is not good for the developer? It's not good for the folks that are going to live in there. It's not good for the surrounding residents. Yes, we can still make it nice, but not nearly as nice as you have with the plan that is before you tonight. And we're not asking you to skimp. We're not saying, give us more lots and we're going to do great things out there. We're saying, let us do less lots and let us make all these improvements and let us put a better project on the ground out there. That's what we're asking you to do. Let us put a better project on the ground out there. So I urge you to look closely at the project. I urge you to consider all of the facts that you've heard tonight. Know that you have an approved hydrological study. Know that you have an approved traffic study. Know that before we can do any work, we still have to go through the planning process. But know that the plan before you is better on all counts. On all counts. And we respectfully request your approval this evening. Thank you.
Excuse me, thank you. Going back to, Mr. Marone, you have 6 seconds left on rebuttal, just as an FYI. Yeah. I think the raising of hands over here by your group there, Paul, took some time. Okay, so Mr. Ken Thurman. And Mr. Thurman.
Yes, sir.
This is why we give time for rebuttal, okay? So
Okay.
if you feel like you'd like to speak.
Well, I'm gonna rebut and speak and do all that, but I'm gonna ask Bobby to kick me when he gets ready to speak. So
Well, there
I
you
don't
go.
have
There you
to-
go.
I don't wanna take up the whole 9 minutes.
Okay, so excuse me 1 second, sir. Okay, so.
I don't think
we have
it'll
9
take me
minutes
more
rebuttal.
than 4, but.
Go ahead.
I'm usually quick and to the point.
We have your card.
My name is Ken Thurman. I live at 905 Tuscaloosa in Terabella, one house across from the apartments that weren't supposed to be there. I was told it was going to be something like River Ranch in Lafayette, and I ended up with 175 apartments that looked identical, and I was quite upset about it. But that's neither here nor there. That's the builders that did that, not us. I believe there's a rush to judgment here. I've lived here for 4 years, by the way. I moved here from Mississippi, North Mississippi. I'm originally from Monroe, so I'm a Yankee, so y'all pardon my accent. There's a rush to judgment. The president, who was voted on by the people, has asked for a moratorium, and I think that Bruce Wayner is trying to get a rush to judgment here, plain and simple. He got his feelings hurt when y'all rejected Medline, and this is a half-hearted attempt on his part, in my view, of what he's trying to push on this area. Nonetheless, I think we need to wait. The conceptual approval, I believe, is what they had on a hydrology study. And from November and December, the hydrology study was not available for us to review. Myself as an engineer, I would have loved to review it, but it never was available for us. A traffic study with 11 intersections and the flow of traffic that we have in in St. Tammany Parish, I would put my name on it as an engineer. The development will happen. I don't believe anybody in this group over here that's got the white shirts on are trying to tell you the development won't happen. He didn't buy that property to play tiddlywinks on it. He bought it to develop it, and we're all in agreement that it will be developed. We're asking for time to do that in a community-sensitive mind, to do the things that will help us with the health, welfare, and well-being. One of the things the infrastructure has not been addressed here is the schools. The schools are underfunded. We can't get the funding to get them like they are. My wife's a teacher, by the way, or a retired teacher, by the way. The schools are horrible on that side of the parish. The well-being, from my point, I'm retired, and if I had to get to the hospital in a short amount of time, woe be it that they don't bring a helicopter in, because you're not going to make it on 21. You taking your life in your own hands and get on bootlegger and whatnot, that's what we want reviewed. The flooding is a problem for the areas around that, and I'm sensitive to that from past experiences. The oaths that you've taken, you followed them, and good job, Mr. Baroni. You gave them an out. Y'all can vote on his way and have your outage of following the oaths. He did his job and gave y'all the out. You don't need it. All we're asking for is that we take a time out, like the President, Mr. Cooper over here has asked for, and do this in a sensible manner. And the other thing, the reduce, not eliminate on the clay. When he read that, he said that the clay would not hold water. It will hold water, but a reduced amount, not eliminate the ability to hold water, as he read. So, lawyers, you can have it now.
Thank you, sir.
I would just say this. Dr. Smythe with St. Tammany Parish, this is an email she wrote on April 14 of 2021. The increase in runoff from 10% to 75% may exacerbate flooding to vulnerable properties in the area. This is your engineer who wrote that. And she also wrote, with extreme storms increasing in frequency and the already vulnerable homes and infrastructure in the area of the proposed development, the parish is proceeding cautiously and considering impacts from developments proposed in wetlands. This project has 70% of the project or the property is wetlands. Planning and zoning, and Mr. Marone said that there weren't enough people at the Planning and Zoning Commission. Well, a couple of weeks ago we were here and I appealed the rezoning of the property that was being sold to the Baptist Church, and he didn't mention that then, so he can't have it both ways, ladies and gentlemen. You can't say on the one hand, planning and zoning, there were enough people to approve the sale of the property to the Baptist Church, but now say, oh, we have all these other zoning issues that are before you, and there weren't enough planning and zoning people there. That's not fair. There were enough planning and zoning people there. They all listened to both sides. They considered all of the evidence, and they said this was not a good fit for this area. You know, the builders, they have a financial interest. I understand that. Of course they're going to get up and speak on behalf of this project. I would say this one thing, and I mean this with all due respect to the Wainers. The Wainers don't live over here. They live on the South Shore. Did you know that?
I have a resident over here.
Okay.
It's not what you said when we met.
Okay, excuse me.
I will reiterate what Mr. Thurman said. That's not what was said to us when we met with them. They don't live over here. And it's the old saying about walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes when you're trying to get on I-12. Walk a mile in my shoes when you're trying to get out onto 21. You know? And I'll say this one last thing, because I saw Councilman Casabon react to what Mr. Thurman said about the schools. Yeah, I agree with what he says. I think, I don't mean the schools are bad. What I think he was trying to say was that we need more schools, more public schools in the direction of Madisonville, because there's not enough, there. I'm sorry? Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Excuse me 1 second. We can't have back and forth talk between either council members or, look, excuse me 1 second. Just trying to keep control of the meeting, that's all.
I didn't hear her, I'm sorry.
No, what I'm saying is,
Okay.
we can't have back and forth until it's the council's turn to speak. It's your turn to speak.
I think what he was saying was there are not enough schools. We need more schools. If you're going to continue to add developments, continue to add subdivisions, add 400 homes, let's consider building schools out that way. We all know St. Tammany Parish school system is flush with cash. I don't understand why we wouldn't build a school out in that direction. Because otherwise, we've got overcrowding at Covington and Mandeville. There's not enough schools. That's what he meant. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Oh, sure. Thank you, sir.
Did you have any questions?
No, I was simply going to say, and I just let you go on. Now, let's remember one thing. This parish council nor this parish president controls where and when schools are built. Where I live, we have overcrowding, but we have good schools. But that's something, if you want, sir, go to school board meetings. Appreciate it. Yes, thank you. Okay, so you have a minute and 40, Mr. Kirschman?
Yes.
Sure.
Again, thank you. I'm not a wordsmith like Mr. Marone. I just got to deal with the facts. And again, based on the facts, we understand that only 35 acres out of the 250 have been approved by the 404 permit, not the 250. Secondly, unless something has happened since this Tuesday, when Daniel Hill, who I think is in your engineering and your engineering department, he told us straight out that there were no detailed plans, no specific engineering provided yet, and that all he could do is to give a conceptual approval. He has not approved this project. Finally, you know, it's great to intimidate that we're going to do this if you don't give me this. But that's not, we're here for the best interest of the community long term. One last thing is I know you go to a question and answer period. It's only fair that if you ask questions of the Wayners and Mr. Marone, that we have equal time to give our side so that you know the full story. It's the only fair thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschman. Okay, so now we're to the question and answer session. Excuse me, yeah, questions from council members, okay? So any council members wishing to speak, please insert your names or have questions. By the way, to be clear, council members can speak and or ask questions, okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Casbon.
Thank you. I would like to give you a little history of my time spent in St. Tammany Parish, which is my whole life. I am a retired public school teacher. And when I was first on the Planning and Zoning Commission, I can't remember what year, but it was the year that we were looking at putting in the new Lowe's. And we had just as much opposition, just as much going through it as we're doing now, listening to the people. And we had one last speaker that got up and was very, very upset because she had just moved here from New Orleans, and she moved here. She didn't want it to be like Veterans Boulevard. We've heard that. She moved here for the school systems and everything that it offered, but we didn't offer much because the Lowe's was the second largest big box that we had. I think Home Depot was here. And as I told her when I was thinking about it, the school system has benefited from these developers that have put in the different businesses and homes. I can't tell you what we went through putting in I'll get it out in a minute. Mason, I mean, we have gone through this whole process and we've listened to everything that you are telling us now. And if something didn't work, we came up with, well, the roads, we're going to put this in, we're going to do that. That's just the way we have to be able to continue to grow. But I told the young girl at that time, it just hit me. I said, and she was actually crying at the podium, I don't understand it. Why do y'all have to put a Lowe's? And I just thought about it. I said, because you came here. And because you came here, they know that they have enough people here now to support another big box like Lowe's. Well, I've listened to this for probably 20-something years. It's the same thing. I resent the fact that you think everything's a done deal, that the developers are the only people that we listen to, because it's not. And when we do tell a developer something, they usually go out and work at it, because if they wanted to have it done and they wanted their development to function and to work, to be able to sell it. So they listen to the parish and what we asked them to do. Was there mistakes made? Yes. Did the growth happen after Katrina out of control? Yes. But this is where we are now. And looking at this development, which Paul brought up, that I'm appalled that we did that. But when we did this in 1998 or whenever, nothing was out there. The church, nothing. It was nothing there. And as far as the wetlands, if I can remember, that was one of the arguments about the church in that area. And we found out it was from the type of trees and the type of grass that grew in that particular area, and not necessarily marsh-type wetlands and stuff. But when I can see a project that we take out as many units as they're talking about, improved it and saved this area, then it's a win-win to me. And that's how I feel about it.
Mr. Davis, please.
Yes, thank you. I must say, I enjoy listening to both sides. I'm the kind of guy that doesn't get emotionally involved in things. A geek, I guess you want to call me. But I see both sides have good points about what's happening. Let's go ahead and just, I made a couple of emotions. Mr. Arnold Kirschman came up and probably said it best. What worked 20 years ago does not work today. We have to think about that. Because 20 years ago, when we did zone properties, as the Wayner property was zoned back then, the infrastructure could probably handle it then. So I look at these kind of information, zoning classifications. Maybe we made the mistake in not changing zoning classifications fast enough during the growth period. That's what I think we made a mistake on, okay? I know we rezoned the entire parish about 11 years ago. Maybe we should be doing that every 5 years with this growth spurt. But, that past point. Of course, Paul came up and talked about good things as well. I mean, the current zoning out there could be larger in what is being dictated by the Wayners to try to put up with, and just say, okay, instead of all this, we'll go ahead and do this. They even went. Has everybody seen the latest model of the design? Really?
No, sir.
Nobody's seen the 100-foot lots that will put up on Bricker Road?
Nope.
Wow, that's interesting. Because I know the Wainers went ahead and did that, correct? Paul, please come up if you don't mind. I was a little surprised you didn't have a graph or something to show the people that are here with the actual updated plat that you had for this.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain to the individuals exactly how many 100-foot lots has been placed up there by Bricker Road?
Well, there's 34 less lots.
Right.
As I said earlier in my presentation, that area would be zoned A3 as opposed to A4.
Right.
And it would be larger lots in the corner, the northwest corner where
Right.
Bricker Road turns. And all of those lots are about a half acre.
Okay.
And none of to be clear, none of those lots access on Bricker.
Right. No
Yeah.
lot accesses on
That's
Bricker
correct.
directly. That's correct.
That's correct.
So in essence, you have a appeal that states number 6. So the appeal for number 6 is going to be modified from A2 to A3?
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does everybody know that now?
That's correct.
Okay, so that appeal has been changed. It's going to have to be amended and be changed if it's accepted by this council. So it goes from A2, which is 1 unit per acre, to A3, which is 2 units per acre. Okay, thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. The plan is better than what currently the old plan is. However, looking at the plan, I still think that even though there's 100-foot lots, 60-foot lots, 50-foot lots, the majority of the lots are 50 or 60-foot lots. And all this is caused by our PUD ordinance, which hopefully will be redone if this council passes the overall moratorium that the president and administration put out next month. Anyway, I would prefer to have a lot more 100-foot lots along the entire Bricker Road, going across the very northern part of this property. To me, since I've dealt with a lot of PUDs in planning and zoning, to me, that would be more of the realistic view of what a PUD is, as far as having diversity in lot sizes. 100, 60, or even make the lower ones right next door 90-foot A3, 100, 90, then 60, then 50 at the bottom. I mean, this is just the way I think about the logical aspects of it. So I just wanted to say that. I said, and now knowing that the A2 is going to be appealed to A3, I don't have a problem with that one. I really don't. I really don't have a problem with getting rid of the apartment complex and putting a PBC, and I'll tell you why. The PBC, which I've seen before, these people aren't going to be there at night. This is going to be a planned business campus, which basically people come in during the day, they work, and then they leave. So that's actually going to be less traffic than you would have with NC4, which may be 24 hours around the clock. Anyway, so I don't have a problem with that appeal. The only problem I really have, personally, is going to be the last one, and that's actually accepting the PUD as is. But remember, it still has to go to the planning department. Even if all this is overturned or denied, well, if it's denied, it doesn't go to the planning department, but if it's overturned, it all still has to go to the planning department where you have input on the planning design of the PUD. That's a fact. And it's got preliminary, and then you got tentative, and then you got final. So these are also more things that are available to the public to be able to have their input in. So anyway, that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you, Mr. Airy.
Yeah, I just want to briefly talk about the moratorium that's proposed by the parish president. The moratorium, by its own language, exempts anything that's already been submitted, so that has no effect whatsoever on this appeal. Regardless of whether we put it for after the moratorium, if the moratorium was in effect, it wouldn't affect this property by the very terms of it. So I don't know how we kind of gotten all wrapped around the axle on that issue, but it's not an issue for this particular appeal. Additionally, one thing that I kind of understand, I understand there's two sort of competing plans that we have right now. What's existing and what is actually before us for a modification of what the existing zoning is. But I'm just wondering if anybody who opposes this, Mr. Marone stated, and I checked his math, and granted I'm not a math whiz, but it appears to me that under the existing zoning, they can build 614 units. Does anybody dispute under that zoning that's not the theoretical maximum that he can build? Because I mean, that's what it looks like to me. I don't think that's incorrect. So I don't think anybody would like that. If you have a response, please come up and tell me.
Very short.
Come up to the podium, please.
Please come to the podium.
I was at the meeting with the Wainers when they showed us this, and Bruce got up and said, well, if you don't like this, here's what we're approved for. I haven't sat down and done the math, but with the wetland restrictions and the scenic river and all the things that are there, I haven't tried to do the math to see if it was actually 614. But, there again, we understand that the development is coming. It's just we wanted it to be mindful and take into concern some of our other concerns. That was the point.
Thank you.
And I understand that, but this is the thing that we have to vote on tonight. So it's either we vote for 381 lots with no apartments and all the other things that are good, or we say do whatever that is already existing there and go forth and put as much as you can on there. Those are my two choices. I mean, in 1999, I was in law school. I didn't put this original zoning on there,
Okay.
and maybe, that was 20 years ago, and somebody said what was good then maybe is not good now. Well, it is being modified to something that arguably, at least on paper and theoretically is less than what is on paper now, because theoretically, he could get into this project and he may not get 381, and the same things may come up and he may have to get less. We don't know that, but this is setting a theoretical maximum, which is less than what he apparently has as of right now. He didn't have to come to us. He could have done all that. So that's the situation that we're in sitting up here now. You certainly, everybody wants it to be, reduce flooding concerns, reduce traffic. Well, I mean, we can't tell him no, he can't build anything, because if we say no, he's already got zoning and he can build what he wants on there, and we can't stop that. So
I understand that.
So I mean, I'm just telling you, I understand you may not have gotten everything you wanted in the process, but I don't know where that puts me as far as I either vote for I either vote for 614 theoretical, or we vote for an allowance of 381. That's my choice up here.
I didn't see the vote as it will be 614 or it will be this. I thought he had to come and get a PUD approved with all the things that have to be done with the planned urban developments. I thought there was other issues that had to be addressed there. So
he's not right now. There's no PUD. Yes, if it's 381 and there's a PUD, then yes, he will have to go through additional restrictions under the PUD zoning, which will be more restrictive than what he has now. And I actually had a telephone call with him, and I said, "Why on earth are you doing this? Just do what you have now, because you can do more and make more money. It doesn't make any sense to reduce this down." But he said that Councilman Dean asked to do away with apartments because he didn't think anybody would like that, and he thought that this was a better project.
I never saw it as a comparison of you either do this or this. I never saw it that way. If that was what it was, then that's fine. I would be for the new plan to be put in place. But that new plan could be improved and be a whole lot better. And with all the things that are going on and what we have to live with in that area, with the traffic, the flooding and all, that's where our concern was. And you've got the other thing about the flooding. You've got homes there that have been repeatedly flooded. And it's not single type events. They've been repeatedly done.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And just one thing, and I probably shouldn't even bring this up, but I know I get calls from developers, probably not as much as everybody else does up here because my district's already built out and already zoned out, so there's not a whole lot left to develop. But in the occasions that I have, in certain areas where I have mostly the coastal zone in Slidell, obviously I don't want to tell anybody yes or no on something. We have an independent zoning process they have to go through, but I certainly make my thoughts on the high-level theoretical question on that it probably wouldn't be a good idea to do something in a big flood zone to build it. So I understand that by the time things get up here, there's already a process that's been going through, but we get these calls all the time, and I know I'm not bullied by anybody. I haven't been a litigation attorney for 20 years, so certainly I don't have a problem telling anybody no, but I also have an issue when somebody tells me no to something, but the alternative is worse than me saying yes, and that's kind of where I am right here. I'm not thrilled with either one of these plans, but that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eric. Mr. Toledano.
Chairman Bennett, thank you very much. This and what I've seen tonight is a perfect example of what is happening in our community. And I say that particularly for the benefit of the people in the audience who have come not only in support, but in opposition of it. And the popular thought is, well, if a developer comes, these guys and ladies are going to approve it. And they don't give a hoot what we say. So what do we hear tonight? First off, let me just say this to you. In my district, since I've been a councilman, I probably arithmetically have had more developments than in any other district. I imposed a very large moratorium in my district for a part of it. I have dealt with some of these gentlemen here, i.e. Mr. Shane I see in the audience, and I have worked him to death on developments. Made his clients spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on making changes. Mr. Shane and I worked on a tree preservation ordinance that we are, if you will, in an incubator stage, trying it in a subdivision for one of his clients, because I believe ultimately we can make it in an ordinance to require trees to be preserved. The people up here who look at these issues, there's nobody that comes up here that gets a green stamp. But here's what we're duty-bound to listen to: facts. I know Bobby Truitt very well. He is a terrific lawyer. I know Paul Marone. He's a terrific lawyer. Mr. Kirschman, I don't know him, but he's a very articulate person who is inspirational in his presentation. And anybody who talks with a Mississippi accent, you got to listen to anywhere, because he sounds like a good guy, and he could be an outlaw, but he sounds great. So the truth of the matter is, this has been a great debate. And people say, well, this guy must be out of his mind. Well, the reality, it has been a great debate. But here's where we have the problem or the responsibility. We got to look at facts. We heard a lot of subjective comments. I'll use the word may this, that might do this, this could possibly do this. Maybe this many cars can be a problem. And what we hear from the other side in this particular case is traffic studies passed, hydrology studies passed. We heard data. Now, where does that leave us? It leaves us with a development that is reducing in size, which God only knows is for the benefit of all. It has a mixed development character, as Mr. Davis properly pointed out, some larger lots. Maybe ideally we would like maybe larger lots. But the reality is, from what's on the board that he could go to today, and without remembering the exact numbers of 600 or something to 300 something, it's almost a no-brainer. But beyond that, what the good people in this audience needs to know is these guys right here aren't home free in any sense of the word, because they have to pass the litmus test with Mr. Liner's office and the Planning Commission vis-a-vis the next phase of this development. And when you look at the comments, momentarily lost my CVS glasses. For instance, the developer and his engineers agree that the low portion of Bricker Road where Timber Branch crosses it needs to be evaluated and improved as a part of the project. Let that be an example to all the good people here that these guys have a tremendous amount of work to do on this. They have lots of stuff they have to comply with. Mr. Liner's group will look at the drainage issues, the flooding issues, some of which I call Mr. Truitt Bobby, but people might call him something else another time. But the answer is, Mr. Truitt makes an example of some of the flooding. Well, I want to say, no kidding. I live on Three Rivers Road. We got some of that stuff too. But the reality is they are going to be closely scrutinized to make sure none of that stuff goes bad. But what we have is data to say that this is a good project. Now, here's the reality, and I've said this before. We want to close the doors to St. Tammany Parish. We want to close every part of a doggone door that exists to let another person come into this community. No question about it. I don't want anybody else to live on Three Rivers Road. That happens to be where I live. I don't want anybody else to live in any other part of my district, because a lot of the good people in my district, they don't want any more development. Well, here is reality. That dog doesn't hunt. We can't do it like that. We have a different responsibility. So when someone comes, and we're not talking about some jackleg, my dad would say, half-assed developer. We're talking about a responsible developer who's represented by responsible counsel of equal status with Bobby Truitt, an excellent lawyer, well reputed in our community, in our professional community. They got to do it right. And if they don't do it right, this guy down here at the end, Marty Dean, I believe that's his district, he'll make doggone sure they do it right. And Mr. Liner will make doggone sure he did it right. So even though the staff made observations, they did not present data, firm data, to say why this project should not be improved. But they very properly made observations too, looking futuristically to the development as it's being built and final design, to say, we got to do these things, we have to be conscious to it. And in some cases, I see where the developer pledged to do it. So the comfort level, hopefully you find, is this. We can't tell people the doors are closed. So we have to hold them to a high standard. I deem this to be built in a high standard. I believe as much as some of the comments have been made about the concerns and maybe, and it might flood, I believe at the end of the day, the data, the only data that we have to go by, contradicts that. Now, they're accountable for that data and they'll be re-scrutinized. But we get to the point where this is a very difficult balancing issue, because the reality is we want to help, in a sense, everybody. And we're very sensitive to people that come in and say, and the argument was made about quality of life. And it's a very important argument. And I don't want to do anything with my votes to screw up, to use a French term, the quality of life. But I believe in this case, it will not destroy it. I believe, and I like the fact that it's someone doing it who's of high quality. And I believe that at the end of the day, this development is going to perform like I'll call them the scientists, the engineers say it will, because those engineers are putting their name on that stuff. So they doggone well better be correct, and they're not putting it on the name because somebody pays them a fee. They putting their reputation on the line when they do that. So as difficult as this situation is, I want everybody here to appreciate how often this comes into our lap. And it's come into my lap many times, since I said, because I have a lot of stuff happening in my district. But at the end of the day, I believe that there's not good cause to turn this down. And for that reason, I would vote for it. But I want you to know I would vote for it with the knowledge and experience and assurance to know that everywhere along the line, they've got to do it right. Like the fine gentleman spoke to the flooding issue, and I just highlighted one of the comments that the staff made, Mr. Lyons' staff, say that going forward, and they've pledged to agree to that, going forward, they have to make sure they address that issue, which is somewhat the same issue that Mr. Truitt expressed. So I don't see, and in all due respect, nor have you brought, referring to the good people in opposition to this, have you brought to me data, scientific, engineering data, to say that this development doesn't work? And that's what I look for. I look for something beyond our concerns, because we have concerns, all of us do. But you've not been able to produce that data, and I have to say that with due respect. So for those reasons, hopefully you can appreciate the kind of quandaries we find ourselves in, because God knows you couldn't have a better spokesman than that gentleman, the good old boy from Mississippi, the first gentleman that spoke, well presented, well stated. But at the end of the day, the evidence contradicts that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Toledano. Mr. Canulet.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. You know, Marty, I'll tell you this. You've done some good work. You've done not so good work, just like all of us. Compared to what was out there to where we are, this is good work. So, I've heard a lot tonight. Some of it, you know, I guess it wears on you when you keep hearing things. Let me tell you, there's a lot of decisions we have to make up here that no one understands, and it's that lady right there, Emily. She tells us a lot of times how we have to vote because of the law. It's just the way it is. You have to follow the law. We took an oath to follow the law. She did not do that in this case, but there are times where that is what we do. We follow the law as good as we can. Martha, Riker, everyone hit on good points. I mean, if we didn't, as a council, follow rules, then the parish would be closed. It had been closed 20 years ago. There would be nothing here. Y'all wouldn't be here. No one would be here. It would just be old rural St. Tammany. We'd still have dirt roads. But homeowners, builders, landowners, they have rights. They get to develop. They get to try to do things. You know, it gets a little frustrating when you hear some of the stuff that we continue to go over and over. This does not fall into the new ordinance or the new moratorium. This is going to stand on all the old rules. Like it or not, it's not going to be in a new plan. Apartments, nobody. I think we have more than enough. I think everyone agrees we have enough. I heard someone say that it's really not important who builds subdivisions. I got news for you. You've never been so more wrong in your life about anything. You can tell the difference between a fly-by-night subdivision builder that comes in here from Arkansas, Texas, California, wherever you want to come from, versus the people that have to live here and deal in them homes. Most of y'all own a Wayner property. A lot of people own Wayner property. I hear they're not that bad. I've never personally been in there. I've never been in their house. But everyone says they're pretty dang nice compared to what's out here today. Their peers say it. It says a lot. You can say, oh yeah, they're coming because they just know. No one makes your peers come and offer compliments to your competition. Just don't happen in the real world a lot of times. Nobody wants to be told someone did it better than them. No one likes that. So, when you look at all the facts, and you look at everything that's been proposed, this is so much better. We tried to get more money. We were turned down 4 times. Well, we don't have money to burn. Matter of fact, we're burning money. They want to do all kind of work that we know needs to get done, but we can't afford to do it because we don't have the money to do it, to make it safer, make the roads bigger, make improvements on drainage. Sorry, we don't have all that money to fix everything for everyone, and everyone floods in all parts of this parish. There's traffic in every part of this parish. It's not just one spot. But when a project comes along that was, quote, terrible, when you looked at the original plan, and you could take something and make something viable and good, and like Reichert said, this is far from over. They still got to go through a bunch of hoops. This is so much better than we were, and it would be crazy not to prove this.
Thank you, Mr. Canulette. I was writing a note to myself. Okay, so I'm the last one in the queue before I think Mr. Dean. First, I want to thank both sides for being genuine as each side has seen it. I appreciate that. And also being polite. That's very, very important. I can tell you over the years, that always impresses me because might sound crazy, but it's not always been polite at times, okay, over the years. So I appreciate both sides. One thing too, and I guess this is comments that I hear what you're saying on the opposition side, and I'll go there first. Flooding was mentioned a few times. I understand the word flooding. I moved here and started a family in East St. Tammany in 1976, and not near the lake. But the lake found a way in, almost all the way to Gauze Boulevard. On a horrific day at the end of August, right? We know what I'm talking about, 2005. One thing I was also very, in my home, by the way, almost 4 miles from the lake had almost 4 feet of water. And by the way, that was not due to, I lived in the city limits of Slidell. I served 5.5 years on the Slidell City Council, and now came on in 2004 with Mr. Dean as colleagues, and then joined forces with Mr. Canulette, who had been here for 4 years. I was really taken by when Livingston Parish, from the river flooding, almost flooded completely, because 80% of my council district was flooded from Hurricane Katrina. And believe me, in the city of Slidell, when I was on the Slidell City Council from 98 to beginning of '04, we invested in pump stations that can carry 360,000 gallons of water a minute with all 6 pumps working in one section, still part of my council district, because part of mine is in the city, as many of ours have pieces of Mandeville and Covington or whatever. Another section had 150,000 gallons a minute. So the term infrastructure, that starts to become an interesting term, because I also heard, and by the way, when the rivers flooded in the west part of the parish, and when I moved over here and began with the parish council, boy, I'm gonna tell you what, I was really happy for the west, because great land, beautiful land, love it in Slidell. Raised all of my children there, love it there. But I said, this is beautiful. And then development occurred, growth came, as people have said, people wanted to come. And you know, there's no way to like do a lottery. Like, you can come, but you can't come. I said it on a Slidell City Council meeting once. You, with a person, made good points. And very nicely, I said, I hear what you're saying. The day you crossed the twin span would have been a good day to shut it down. You know, I mean, because it's just human nature, okay? But one thing I also learned over the years as an elected official is that as we come, because I wasn't born and raised in St. Tammany Parish, so I came, I would be willing to bet, probably other than Mr. Canulet, oh, no, Mr. Fitzgerald, maybe Ms. Casbon, Ms. Cheryl Tanner, yeah. I would think that they were born in St. Tammany Parish. Am I right? No. No. Never mind, I don't want to hear it. Oh, born at LSU, okay. Well, that's tremendous. It is, it really is. But here's the thing, folks. As we come, let's remember this. Other growth also occurs. Like Mr. Truitt, who Mr. Toledano says is a terrific attorney. I believe it, well-spoken.
Where do I send the checks for the endorsement?
I understand. We could say the same thing on this side. Mr. Barone, certainly Mr. Shane, and anyone else in the audience that's an attorney. Mr. Kirschman, very well spoken. I enjoyed every speaker on both sides. But as we have growth of subdivisions, we have to recognize too, it automatically requires more dentists, more doctors, more law firms, attorneys. They increase because we have a requirement. We need more people to take care of our homes, et cetera, et cetera. I'm gonna stop there with that. But one thing I do want everybody here to consider, because it is a problem. It's a real problem that can't be solved by St. Tammany Parish alone. Where I live, Stennis Space Center and the NASA facility off of Michoud Boulevard up in that area. Tremendous growth in the east, okay? In a state, 4-laned with a turn lane, every state road in the greater Slidell area. Every one of them. Between when I moved here in '76 and I would say by 1985, 1990. That's been tremendous. Let's look at state roads, though, that are not controlled by you or me in parish government. They're state roads. They have to provide that money for infrastructure. Our money does go to Baton Rouge, all of our money. I'm not picking on state legislators or the governor, but if we think that we're going to upgrade state roads, not enough money in the coffers for the next 10 years to get anywhere. We have to start understanding how we travel, okay? So I look at this. I'm not a fan of apartments. I'm not trying to say one size fits all. I've heard both sides. It sounds like Mr. Dean has done a good job. And I'm going to tell you what, we've heard postponements tonight on appeals because of people being ill and an elderly lady afraid to drive tonight. And let's hope they all do well. But let me tell you, this has been postponed twice by Mr. Dean. And this is the difference from when it goes from planning or zoning, and my colleagues up here know it. Mr. Davis was a zoning commissioner for many years, Mr. Kurt Drum, Ms. Martha Casbon. Let me tell you, when it leaves zoning, I totally understand that it's easy for a zoning commissioner who puts in a lot of effort as a citizen helper to government, and then sees it come to us. But that's part of the due process. And then we have a council member postpone it for 2 or 3 months and then wind up with something new and improved, as I've heard some of my colleagues say here tonight, in total or in pieces. So let's all at least understand this no matter how the vote's going to go. I'm not pushing for one side or the other right now. Mr. Dean, and he's not up for re-election right now, Mr. Dean has put time in to meet, to represent his constituents, to not take it as presented, so to speak, to try to make some improvements. As Mr. Jimmy Davis said, PBC, not daytime traffic, you know, not weekend traffic, rather, not nighttime traffic, whatever. Difference with apartments versus single family. I'll tell you what I'll take. So part of the process up here is a lot of time and effort by my constituents, by my colleagues, trying to make what comes to us better. And I've watched more developers, I'm going to go past this one to other ones. I've watched more developers represented by council or up here on their own make accommodations because of the process that we use, okay? That is the good thing in this. I appreciate you listening. Thank you for your time, Mr. Dean.
Okay, and I appreciate everybody's comments. And we find ourselves all the time, and I'm glad to hear my other council members discuss it. We find ourselves a lot of time in a bad situation because we have different issues. I don't ever want to cause anybody any grief, ever. Whether it be in my personal life or in my council person life. But a lot of times, I think Reichert was saying it, we got to go with the facts and not fears. You know, back in 2004, and I was sitting writing myself notes, and I could talk for the next 30 minutes because I usually give this little speech about development. But back in 2004, this project, it was the very first appeal that came up that I heard. Mr. Marone was representing the same piece of property. They wanted to put 276 homes, I think on about 153 acres or so. And it was shot down, same reason, traffic, drainage. Every development that comes before, at least before me, traffic, drainage. Terabella was going to be the worst thing to ever happen to St. Tammany Parish. traffic, drainage, and then I could just go down the list. Every subdivision that you live in was protested by the people who were living in St. Tammany Parish before you. So that's just the truth. That is our life up here, all right? Other than trying to get ditches cleaned and roads paved, and that's kind of our life. I got to argue with Mr. Toledano. I think that my district has seen a lot more development than his. I think he knows he's lying. But anyway, so we have to take a look at, like I said, the facts versus the fears, and is it this project, as I think has been well stated, when you look at what, and I had no idea, this is the first time I heard about the 1998 zoning. I had no idea how dense it was then. Then it went through the 2009 zoning, and then now, and so then I think Mr. Wayner purchased it, or the Wayne family purchased it in 2014 with that existing zoning that could give us all these homes. So I have to kind of course, make the decision. It is his piece of property. Everybody wants to say, okay, we'll just hold up, let's wait a while. It's interesting to me that there was a subdivision up the road about 3 miles that just got about close to 300 homes, and I'm not disparaging any subdivision at all, but about 200 or 300 homes just recently added to it. Not a peep from anybody. Literally on Madisonville Highway, not a peep from anybody. Tarabella just increased 200 or 300 homes. Not a peep from anybody. Not a peep. I know you didn't like it, but nobody came before zoning and said nope. So, and I don't want to go down that road, but what I'm saying is that this property has those same kind of rights. I appreciate what they've done. I really complained wholeheartedly against the apartments. I think apartments can be very useful. I think right now, in my opinion, and I don't have any numbers to back this up, but I think we've reached saturation point with apartments. So that's why I asked them not to do it, and they backed out of it. I appreciate them capping the buildings at 45 feet. I got some emails saying, how can you allow a 75-foot building being built? I appreciate them capping it at 45 feet. Again, the apartments, I appreciate them going. PBC1 is a good zone. It's office buildings. So anyway, I appreciate that. I would certainly appreciate the reducing the density. The PUD is better. The PUD development is better. If the parish says you got to paint every house pink and white, they better start getting the pink and white paint, because it's set in stone. Whatever the plan is has to be exactly what it is. So it does have to go before planning. Believe me, if the traffic stuff doesn't work, if the drainage stuff doesn't work, it's going to have to work before they can do anything to it. I would imagine what they plan on doing is developing phase 1 and then continuing on. If they don't get the wetlands permit, then they don't get the wetlands permit. They can't build. So that's what we're here for, and what this body is here for is to state whether they can have this zoning. All right, and that's all we're here for. Corps of Engineers does their job. So anyway, with all of that said, and believe me, I could, I've written down a lot more to say, but I won't. What I'd like to do is make a motion to override the zoning commission denial on all 5, and I guess we'll do it one at a time. But with these amendments, no apartments permitted. The less density, no more than 381 single-family lots. The 30.78 acres at northeast corner rezoned to A3, which is half-acre lots, as opposed to A4, which is, 90 by 120. And then larger lots in the northeast corner of the property. Extend the 50-foot buffer along PBC1 parcel along Bricker. Limit the building height on PBC1 parcel to 45. And I'd like to make a motion with those caveats, with those amendments.
Okay, Ms. Emily?
We just need to take a vote on each one, and I'd just like to point out that on appeal number 6, it's going to be as amended from A4 to A3, and if I misspeak, please let me know. And then also case number 7, if you're going to override, that is also going to be as amended by the applicant.
Okay, so, Mr. Dean, as Ms. Couillon is saying, and I'm going to kind of take her advice in this respect, as we go to each one of them, with me having her right next to me here, we're going to make sure that what we need to insert or what's in there or has been added in there will be repeated so that we get accuracy with our votes.
That'd be a good thing, because I wouldn't trust my memory.
Thank you. I want to say this now on the 2 minutes, okay? As I had to take a quick break, I noticed that Mr. Marone, I think, was asked a question and came up to the podium. I've been paying attention to the questions by council members all the way around. I know that Mr. Thurman was able to come up and answer some questions. And I think that while the topic is always going to be what people are concerned about and is that taken care of in a development, okay? Those are the main topics. But I do feel like the questions from council members with a minimum amount of people coming up, but relatively equal, I don't think a 2-minute conclusion after this motion is necessary. I don't, if I felt like one side was needed more representation, I'm just telling you, I think I'm making a fair decision, okay? So I'm going to not go with the 2 minutes each side, which, as our legal counsel informed me, is our decision. We may, but we don't have to, okay? And thank y'all for nodding. I appreciate that. And the same thing here. Okay, so we're going to read first item 6, excuse me, item 3.
We need a motion, a second, a vote, and then a motion and a second again on each one. We're starting with 3.
Okay, Mr. Dean, on appeal number 3, I know you made a motion, but we're gonna do them individually. On appeal number 3, can you make a motion on that, sir? And any specificity, we'll discuss it now, or Ms. Emily can comment. So go ahead, Mr. Dean.
And item number 3, I'd like to make a motion to override the zoning denial.
Okay, previously have a second by Ms. Tanner. Did you have a point, Mr. Toledano? No. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. She had leaned over to me and said she would second. Is there anything, Ms. Emily, that we need to specify on that?
Not on that one.
Okay.
You can vote.
Okay. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Okay. Mr. Dean, I need a motion and then a second to introduce for an ordinance. Motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Toledano. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dean, on item 4 appeal, I'm ready for your motion. Okay, and we don't need any specific additions to it, okay? Motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Toledano? Okay, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Okay, on item number 5, Mr. Dean, appeals.
No, we need a.
Wait, excuse me one second, Mr. Dean. Thank you, Ms. Katrina. I need a motion and a second again, just for introduction of an ordinance on number 4. Motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Toledano. Thank you. Thank you. On appeal number 5, Mr. Dean, go ahead.
Motion to override the zoning denial, please.
Okay, and we don't need any specificity on that, okay? Motion to override by Mr. Dean, seconded by Ms. Tanner. Okay, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Okay, Mr. Dean. Yeah, motion for ordinance for introduction.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Toledano. Okay, thank you. On appeal item number 6, Mr. Dean, need a motion on that.
Make a motion to override zoning denial, and that's the A4 to A3 zoning. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a motion to override and to amend the zoning. It'll be a zoning change from A2 to A3.
Yeah, I'm
which
sorry,
amends the
A2 to
application.
A3.
Okay, and that completes it, Ms. Emily? Okay, thank you, Mr. Dean. So, got a motion by Mr. Dean, as noted, with Ms. Couvion, our attorney. Do I have a second? Second, Mr. Davis? Seconded by Mr. Davis. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Okay, Mr. Dean, need introduction of an ordinance.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Dean, introduce an ordinance, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Thank you. On item 7, Mr. Dean, that's the appeal number 7, your motion.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to override the zoning denial, please.
Okay, motion to override the zoning denial. Do we need any additional specificity on that?
I think that the amended PUD plan should be submitted to the council as part of this appeal, and that would be for no more than 381 lots.
Mr. Dean, you agree?
Thank you, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Emily. I need a second. Okay, Mr. Canulette over here, please vote.
The motion passes with 10 yeas, 1 nay, and 3 absent.
Okay. Mr. Dean, I need a motion to introduce as an ordinance. Motion by Mr. Dean introduces an ordinance, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Thank you. That completes this group of appeals. Appreciate everyone's attention and involvement. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Council members, if anybody needs to take a short break, council members, if anyone needs to take a short break, because we have 30 ordinances for adoption, go ahead and do it now, okay? Ms. Cheryl, you heard me? Yeah, okay, I didn't know if people can hear me, yeah.
Hey, Bobby.
Okay, meeting back in order. Okay, proceeding, ordinances for adoption. Item 1 is ordinance calendar number 6852, ordinance to amend St. Tammany Parish Code Ordinances Part 2, Chapter 105, Buildings and Construction, Section 105-3, Chapter 115, Drainage and Flood Control, Sections 115 the following: 31, 33, 72, 105, 106, 107, and 109. Chapter 125, Subdivision Regulations, Section 125-93 and -214. On this, discussed it with Mr. Liner, we need a motion to postpone for 2 months because it's heading to planning. Okay? Mr. Airy, go ahead.
Move to postpone for 2 months.
Motion by Mr. Airy to postpone for 2 months. I need a second. Seconded by Mr. Dean. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 2 is ordinance calendar number 6853, an ordinance to amend ordinance council series number 21-4650 to correct the footage on Rue Charlotte, R01 GO24 in the Willows subdivision, Ward 1, District 3. Ms. Casbon. Motion by Ms. Casbon, seconded by Ms. Tanner. No questions, please vote.
Mr. Drum, what is your vote? You can just tell it to me. With a verbal yes from Mr. Drum, the motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 3 is ordinance calendar number 6854, an ordinance to correct the road and drainage inventory to include Highway 25 lateral Ward 2, District 3. Ms. Casbon. Motion by Ms. Casbon, seconded by Mr. Davis.
Sure.
Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 4 is ordinance calendar number 6855, ordinance authorizing the parish of St. Tammany through the office of the parish president to grant one or more servitudes across 0.714 acre parcel adjoining Old Military Road in Pearl River, Ward 8, District 9. Mr. Mike Smith.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Mike Smith, seconded by Mr. Canulet. No. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Item 5 is ordinance calendar number 6856, an ordinance to officially name the 49.83-foot and 30-foot access identified in the attached survey to Daniel Estates Drive, Ward 2, District 6. Ms. Tanner.
I make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Seeing no comments, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 6 is ordinance calendar number 6857, an ordinance to officially name the 46.3-foot access identified in the attached survey to Blue Sky Trail, Ward 5, District 6. Ms. Tanner.
I make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Davis. Seeing no comments, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 7 is ordinance calendar number 6858, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1 acre of land from its present A2 suburban district and RO rural overlay to an A2 suburban district, RO rural overlay, and MHO manufactured housing overlay, Ward 3, District 3. Ms. Casbon.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Casbon, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Seeing no comments, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 8 is ordinance calendar number 6859, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 27.85 acres of land from its present A6 multifamily residential to an A5 two-family residential district, Ward 9, District 13. Mr. Airy.
Yeah, briefly, just I want to thank Ross and his staff for pushing this through and getting this done. On the way that it was zoned, people couldn't build single-family homes on what amounted to single-family lots. So by doing this, we're short-circuiting a lot of delays that have been going on. So thanks, Ross and Helen. And he actually went and spoke at the Homeowners Association meeting. So thank him and Leo Doyle for doing that.
Yes, sir.
It was great teamwork, so I appreciate it. We worked well together, so anytime.
Thank you. So,
what about the rest of us? No comment.
We only had one project to work together on, and it worked
right.
out good too. So,
and it was a success. Yes.
Move to adopt.
Okay, motion by Mr. Airy, good comments. Seconded by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Thank you, Mr. Liner. And Ms. Lambert, please vote.
Mr. Davis? The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 9 is ordinance calendar number 6860, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 6.6 acres of land from its present A1 suburban district to an A1A suburban district, Ward 8, District 9. Mr. Mike Smith.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Mike Smith, seconded by Mr. Drum. Seeing no comments, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Item 10 is ordinance calendar number 6861, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 21.67 acres of land from its present NC4 Neighborhood Institutional District and MD2 Medical Clinic District to an MD3 Medical Facilities District, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Dean. Motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Seeing no comments, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 11 is ordinance calendar number 6862, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1.29 acres of land from its present A2 suburban to an A2 suburban district, an MHO manufactured housing overlay, Ward 8, District 9. Mr. Mike Smith.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Mike Smith, seconded by Mr. Canulet. Seeing no comments, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 12 is ordinance calendar number 6863, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 8.09 acres of land from its present HC1 Highway Commercial District and HC2 Highway Commercial District to an HC3 Highway Commercial District, Ward 3, District 2. Mr. Fitzgerald.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, seconded by Ms. Tanner. Seeing no comments, please vote.
Mr. Davis? The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 13, ordinance calendar number 6864, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify .17 acres of land from its present A4 single-family residential district to an A4 single-family residential district and MHO manufactured housing overlay, Ward 10, District 6. Ms. Tanner.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Dean. Please vote.
Mr. Fitzgerald? The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 14 is ordinance calendar number 6865, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify .854 acres of land from its present A3 suburban district to an A4 single-family residential district, Ward 4, District 5. Mr. Toledano.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Ms. Casborn. Seeing no comment, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 15, ordinance calendar number 6866, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Amendment number 2, sales tax District 3 and District 7. Mr. Davis.
Motion to adopt.
Okay, motion by Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Airy. Seeing no comment, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 16, ordinance calendar number 6867, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 3, sales tax District 3, District 8. Mr. Canulette. Motion by Mr. Canulette, seconded by Mr. Mike Smith. Seeing no comment, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 17, ordinance calendar number 6868, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 4, sales tax District 3, District 9. Mr. Mike Smith.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Mike Smith, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Seeing no comment, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 18, ordinance calendar number 6869, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 5, sales tax District 3, District 10. Need a motion, Ms. O'Brien. Mr. Davis makes the motion. Mr. Canulette seconds. Seeing no comment, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 19, ordinance calendar number 6870, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 6, sales tax District 3, District 11. Mr. Drum.
Motion to accept.
Motion by Mr. Drum, seconded by Mr. Davis. Seeing no comment, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 20, ordinance calendar number 6871, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 7, buildings general, public work bonds. I need a motion and a second on this. Motion by Mr. Canulette, seconded by Mr. Mike Smith. Seeing no comment, please vote.
Mr. Airy, Mr. Toledano. The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 21 is ordinance calendar number 6872, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 8, disaster relief emergency events. I need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Drum. Seeing no comment, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 22 is ordinance calendar number 6873, ordinance to amend 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment 9, transportation grants management. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Seeing no comment, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 23 is ordinance calendar number 6874, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 10, drainage parish-wide. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Ms. Casborn. Seeing no comment, please vote.
Mr. Mike Smith, what was your vote? The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 24 is ordinance calendar number 6875, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 9, information technology. Grant, do you need to make a comment? Okay, good. No, I mean, that's not good. If you want to make a comment.
No, that's good.
Thank you. Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Ms. Casborn. Okay. Seeing no comment, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 25, ordinance calendar number 6876, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 12, Emergency Operations Center. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Canulet, seconded by Mr. Dean. Seeing no
I'm not
comment,
sure. It wasn't me.
please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 26 is ordinance calendar number 6877, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 13, public health, safe haven facility. Need a motion. Motion by Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Drum. Seeing no comment, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 27, ordinance calendar number 6878, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 14, capital grants other. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Drum, seconded by Mr. Airy. Any comment? None? Please vote.
Mr. Fitzgerald. The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 28 is ordinance calendar number 6879, an ordinance to establish the 2022 grants budget. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Canulet, seconded by Ms. Tanner. Seeing no comment, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 29, ordinance calendar number 6880, ordinance to amend the 2022 operating budget amendment number 1. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Canulet, seconded by Mr. Davis. Seeing no comment, please vote.
Ms. Casabon, what was your vote? Was it yes? Okay, the motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 30 is ordinance calendar number 6881, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 15.46 acres of land from its present NC4 Neighborhood Institutional District and PF2 Public Facilities District to an MD1 Medical Facilities District, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Dean.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Seeing no comment, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
It's off the floor. Thank you. We have one off the floor item. Yeah, okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, moving to one off the floor item. I need a motion to open the off the floor agenda. Motion by Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Canulet. Please vote to open off the floor. We need a unanimous. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Drum. The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Okay, item 1 is a resolution to authorize permanent change of polling places for precincts 103, 110. There's a mistake on the 113.
No.
Excuse me?
The mistake is in the body. That's correct.
Oh.
That's correct, I'm
The
sorry.
mistake is in
What's-
the body. Right here.
Okay. In the resolution itself.
Yes.
Wait. The mistake's in the resolution. Oh,
The title is correct. The mistake is here in the body of the.
it's
Well,
okay.
Then, do y'all need to do the amendment? I guess so, yeah.
Okay, so the error is not in what's on our little blurb on the off the floor. It is in the body of it, where it says 114, and
It should say 130.
it should say 113, okay? That's a housekeeping amendment, but we need a motion to amend. Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Dean. Okay, seeing no comment, need a vote on the amendment. No, it's fine. It's fine.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to adopt as amended. Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Drum. Seeing no comment, please vote. Okay, before adjourning, does anyone on my right side have any items off the floor they would like to bring forth? Okay. All right. Mr. Sherrill? Nope. On my left side, anyone need to bring an item put an item off the floor that's not on there now? Nope. Okay. All no's, therefore, need a motion to adjourn. Motion by, boy, everybody was looking for that motion. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald. Thank you. Thank you very much, Katrina. You did a great job. Yes. Thank you, President Cooper. And look, all the way around, well prepared by everybody.